I won't slow down, building my empire in this buzzing town, casting my vision on the silver screen, my funded life, a vivid sheen, my funded futures, light the way.
Good morning, traders. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to My Funded Futures and My Funded TV. I am Terry Trades 100, and we have our expert traders, Bull, Barbie, and Nick does futures. Good morning, everyone. How's your morning going so far?
So far, so good.
Doing pretty well. How about you?
Good. I saw the PPI news.
Yeah, no. I hate that we ripped up yesterday during the PM session. I was hoping we'd leave those relative equal highs for today, but yeah, maybe we can catch a move. Maybe we can catch a move today. CBI tomorrow. So
I see your cute puppy just joined us, Nick.
Oh yeah, he's just always chilling. I think he was there yesterday, but yeah, he just hangs out.
So
hangs
cute.
I got the other one. Got the other one down here. I don't know where he's at. Oh yeah, he's right behind me.
We have to get them some My Funded Futures merch.
Yeah, I need to get them some core accounts, I think, you know.
Yeah. They could have their very own channel.
Yeah. Oh yeah, 100%. But yeah, maybe some merch first for sure. But yeah, no, hopefully that PPI didn't suck all the steam out of CPI tomorrow. That would suck.
Yeah. Who'd like to go first? Barbie or Nick?
I'll go first. Let me just I don't have the chat pulled up. No, I'm good. Good morning, guys. Let's see here. So what do we notice here on indices right now? So we're moving away from weekly open. We're expanding to the upside, which is what I wanted to see on ES and NQ. ES has ran this all-time high. NQ has not. Now people are like, oh, well, there's divergence there. We should look for lower prices. No, I'm not doing that until like the hourly kind of gives me something to support that. So I'm going to be looking for a pullback. Maybe we get an hourly gap in here. And pull up the hourly chart. So this is Monday's price action kind of chopped around, and PM session yesterday was pretty nice. So I'm thinking if we don't put in the hourly gap when we move before then, we could move from this 15-minute gap up to 0.68, which is all-time high. So I'm going to be looking for a move higher today on indices. Mainly, I just want to see do we move before 10 o'clock? If we don't move before 10, I'll wait till 10 o'clock to give me a tag inside of whatever gap gets put in here, and then I can catch a trade from like 10 to 11, 11:30. So hopefully that's kind of my plan. I'm bullish on the day. I can see us going a tad lower before going higher. Let's see. Let me go to gold now. Well, first let me check out bonds. So bonds. Bonds going higher. 10-year going lower. So let's see. Check out gold. So gold is moving away from this daily gap, which is kind of nice. Daily target up to here. See if we got any 4-hour hourly structure in here. 4-hour looks pretty good. Hopefully we get something on the hourly. I don't know about this. This kind of looks like low resistance to me. Got some trend line in here. Could see us going a tad lower, maybe before going higher. So maybe something like this on gold, which is kind of looks not as clean as indices in my opinion. So yeah, bullish on indices. That's about it for me. That's all I really got. So just gonna be watching this 15-minute gap. If we respect it and go higher, I'm gonna look to take a trade higher. So yeah.
Thanks, Nick.
Here. Yeah. Let's see what Barbie got. Oh, bull Barbie. Hopefully she's bullish. If she's bearish, I'm gonna have to call her Bear Barbie.
Yeah,
Oh.
bear only. I think we're doing SPX to 0 today. No.
I don't want to do that.
I'm looking at this too. This is a bullish chart. We're kind of setting up where we could potentially even be setting up with a little bit of a launch pad here, which would be ideal for me heading into CPI. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Now we still have this trend line on here too, but I'll just leave that guy there. This is the big area that I was watching earlier in the week because this is Friday's price action, and we were just chopping inside of that. Finally, at least like tested the top of it by the end of the day yesterday. Who caught that afternoon move, by the way? That I got a little piece of it, but I wasn't around for very much of it. I'm a little envious of anyone who was able to catch that whole run. But anyway, so that run brought us right up where we kind of launched with PPI this morning. We pushed up into 65, 65, and then came back down. I'm really watching this 65.55 level. It's kind of creating a zone here, 65.55, 65.60, kind of a resistance zone. We have a lot of kind of extensions and different calculations that end up in that area. So I think that it makes a lot of sense that that caught the 65.65 is what kind of caught price this morning. So ideally, this is my dream world. I don't know if this is going to happen. Ideally, it would be nice to have some retracement and come down and kind of hang around the 65.40 area. I'm really watching this is the hourly chart, but we've got the hourly highs and then this wick from the other day, and I'm really kind of watching that zone to see if it's going to firm up as support. If we get that move lower and find support down here around the 65.38.40 area, around this low from the PPI candle, that sets us up really, really nice for a long move as long as CPI supports it tomorrow. It might be Barbie Dreamland, but that would be nice if we can kind of chill and fill in and find support down in this area today. So this is new all-time highs on ES with this data move. We're not there yet on NASDAQ, so there's a little bit of catch up there. And so I'm interested to see if NASDAQ gets that high today, or we're just going to kind of wait and see if we get good news on CPI. But that's the kind of thing that I'm looking at. We've been kind of waiting for NASDAQ to catch up. We're almost there. Some of these earnings are helping it as well. But that's the main area. I really want to watch inside of this data candle. Those are kind of my breakout points. I marked the high and low of it because if we're going to just squeeze today, we're going to get that trigger up there at the high. And if it's going to chop today, it's most likely to kind of chop and find some footing inside of this price range. When you think about what's going on underneath the actual orders inside the market, we're wanting to see if people think that we're still finding value in the market up here, or if this is just way too much to spend on the futures right now, right? So if they bring price down and we find support in the 65.40s, that's showing a lot of confidence with the big players in the market coming into CPI and things like that later. So that's kind of the move that I'm watching for. I'm looking for day trades, but I'm also kind of planning what I could potentially see the market doing, because that keeps me keeping my day trades in context, a little safety in that context, and then not being totally surprised by any crazy moves. So that's kind of what I'm watching for. The other thing is, like, if all of this falls apart, we'll kind of know. We'll start seeing support break. So this is the first support around 65.40, 35.40, that area. The next one we have down here is that same one we've been watching, about 60. Well, I put it as 65.23 on here. That was that former all-time high, kind of down to 65.20. That's the next support zone there. So if we start losing support, that's when we'll start seeing confidence go away. But if the market moves lower and finds support, that's still bullish, even with a move lower. So
Thank you, Barbie. Ooh, so much to process. This is an exciting day. Hopefully we get a bigger move than Monday and Tuesday during New York.
Yeah, no, that was pretty brutal. Yesterday, well, the PM session yesterday, that was an okay move. It took forever to get there, but I didn't expect it to get there yesterday. I'm like, why don't just consolidate? But you know, I'd say we're like 80% right on what we expected this week so far. So I just want, hopefully, just want to see, see some trades in here.
Chat, what are you guys thinking for the day? Long, short, or no trade? I saw Voltron, you got in at a great price for a long. Congrats. Voltron got in at, I missed it. Based on order flow, though, 64.94.
Oh, wow. That's pretty good. Really good. Sorry, my charts are just lagging a little bit here.
Oh, that was yesterday.
I was about to say, that was a hell of a hold.
Diamond hands.
Yeah, 100%.
Maritimes Trader is going to watch at the open.
Terry,
I do think when we have data, it's a good time to wait.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. Terry, you taking any trades yesterday?
Oh yeah, of course. Oh yeah. Yes. Oh my goodness. So many trades, you guys. So many. I forgot them all. Yeah, I have a small case of the degens right now.
Well, how did it go yesterday with all the trades then? If you took a lot of trades, how did that go?
Terrible. Terrible. It was awful. Ugh. Yeah, and it was
how
not
did
a
the
good day to
journaling
trade
go?
either. Oh, I didn't journal either. Yeah, I'm not doing the work. I need to do the work. So I'm going to work on that. Okay, I'm going to journal today. I'm going to commit to journaling today. Anyone else journaling? Recommitting with me? trying to cast out the degen? Good morning, Tao. Denny's journaling. It is 25% off resets right now. Use code YouTube, and that expires on September 14th. Up to 5 uses per trader.
Yeah, well, I mean, you got to journal, right? You got to see like why you feel that way, right? And if you journal, you'll your answers will be right there, you know. So,
Yeah.
Well, what time frame you usually execute on?
The 5-minute. So a big part of my problem I've realized is I haven't committed to just one strategy. Like I've heard so many traders say, just commit to one and don't strategy hop, don't trade multiple strategies, like at least when you're getting going, right? And that's part of my problem is like I haven't been able to commit to just one. And if you were to ask me right now, Terry, pick one strategy, which one would it be? I'm like, I don't know. I don't know which one I should pick. So I'm in that. I probably shouldn't even be trading, right? If I can't pick one strategy and just stick with it.
If you don't have a plan for the day, you shouldn't be trading. And if you haven't picked a strategy, it sounds like you don't have a plan.
Yes, I don't have a plan. This is true.
I've been known for putting the hard truths out there, so there's that one.
Yeah, it is. It is a hard truth, and it is something that we need to hear. Beltran says, I have picks and explanations with that trade will open your eyes to a new world on y'all's Discord. Beltran would love to have you come back and do some more footprint trading with us.
Yeah, no, Barbie makes a good point there. I mean, can't even disagree there. But you still win 25K. You still have 50-50 shot win 25K. So
yeah, exactly. I did post on my X a picture of a Rolex watch. Here, I can pull it up. I was thinking about you, Barbie, the gold Rolex, the 18 karat gold. Rolex.
Yeah, they just had one in an auction. I was so close to bidding on it, but I didn't have the dial I wanted. So I was like, no, I'm gonna wait because there's actually a thing with Rolexes when you trade out the dial, like you shouldn't. It's a thing you have to consider whether you're gonna do or not do. It depends on the watch. Ultimately, I decided I'd wait.
I do have it pulled up. We can share this picture. So like
There we go.
we've talked about manifesting, and it's like picturing the things that you want and picturing the things that you want and feeling like it's already here and feeling like you're successful, and then letting your brain do the work, right? Is kind of the idea behind it. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna work on manifesting and look at some luxury items. Like this watch is like $40,000. I don't know how much this Airstream is. It's probably like 100,000. But I'm like, which one would you prefer? Barbie, I'm
Airstreams
guessing.
are really expensive. I thought we have an RV. I thought I was gonna get an Airstream, but then I went and looked. It's like you compare what you get in the Airstream to what you get in the generic looking ones. It was like, wow, I'll pay 1/10 the price, get the same
Right?
thing. It wasn't that bad, but it was pretty close.
Yeah, it's so they're super expensive. Nick, which one would you rather have, the Rolex or the Airstream?
Oh, I thought we were getting both.
Yes,
Making
that
me
actually
choose.
crossed
No, we
my
don't
mind.
choose. We get both.
Manifesting. I love it.
I'll probably go with a Rolex with just swap out the dial. I'll probably go with the chocolate dial.
You'll do the Choppa dial?
Yeah.
I wanted like all original with all like the whole deal I wanted. So.
I like the chocolate dials. That's pretty
Oh, I
good.
thought. Okay, yeah. Oh yeah, the chocolate ones.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that one.
Yeah, this one's got like it's the stainless dial on stainless, and next one I want to get a contrast. This is real sleek look, but I like the contrasting dials now. Probably because I've had this one. The grass is always greener, right?
Yeah. We always want something a little different.
Yeah, or you could get like the Airstream and then just get a fake Rolex. Like no one ever did a different.
Or both.
But you get the Rolex because it's a real timepiece. That's the whole point of it. It's not just. I mean, I guess you can get a flashy one, but for a lot of people, the whole point is to have a really nice timepiece. You know, they don't have batteries. Did you know that?
No.
You need to know about Rolexes before you buy them. There's no battery.
There's no battery.
There's
How
no
is that
battery.
possible?
It's perpetual motion. Every time I move, the watch is winding.
That's so cool.
So
yes.
when I take it off, I put it on a winder. I could wind it, but we can't be bothered with such things. So when I take it off, I put it on a winder and it just sits there, and every 10 minutes rotates it a little bit, or I don't know what the timing is. It just rotates it a little bit.
Yeah, that's so cool.
You have to
I
have
didn't
those
know
in your
that.
safe and everything too. So if you put it in your safe, it'll just die. So, which is not terrible, but it's not really, you can't just go pick it up and put it on and have the right time. So when you put it away, you put it on a watch winder. So you have to invest in that too. You can't just get the Rolex. You have to get the winder. Oh, ICT said Rolex is trash because he can't afford one.
Paper. 5 more days, guys. ICT. 5 more days till ICT returns. He put out a little video yesterday or 2 days ago. He's like, class starts on the 15th, and he did his creepy little laugh. Let's go. Let's go. Yeah, so it's people keep asking my draw. Like I'm watching the data high. So data high up here at 8:30, and I'm also bullish. So I'm not bearish. So yeah.
Bulls are in charge. It's so amazing. Gold made another all-time high. Everything. All-time highs.
That's what we do.
Alex asked why most people using ICT.
That's why they're still here trying to learn how to trade. Keeps us.
Yeah, we don't know how we can't, we don't have the secrets to the market like Barbie, so we have to just, we have to go to school, right? We have to go to school. 15-minute chart. Why is my 15-minute not loading?
Yeah, so Denny, you're paper trading because you've already had the win today, huh? I love that. That's always my favorite when I come to the market and just instantly see something, get a little hit in, and then it's just so relaxing.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Anyways, what do you guys think today, chat? You guys think want to go higher to all-time highs on NQ? How do you guys like the Asia streams? How do you guys like that? I popped in there last night, and that bro, he had like his moving camera on. I'm like, bro, like, what's going on here?
It's great. Asia's stream is turned, Raphael's trade says.
Got sendies, right? Sendies. Oh gosh, I hang around teenagers too much. For most of y'all, that should go right over your head.
Mm-hmm. 5 minutes to the open here. Barbie, how are you trading this week?
Just profitably. Yeah. What do you mean? Like, it's been kind of slow. Like the last couple days, I haven't traded very much at all. Yesterday was frustrating because I sat there for the whole morning session and I had stuff to do in the afternoon, and I saw that coming. And at the same time, I was like, I don't get to sit here and watch this. So I had to just take a quick little hit and not get the full continuation. But yeah, I'm ready for the big one this week. Yes, last week was more consistent. I think just because the drops and things were more consistent. This week hasn't been. But that's why I don't get hung up on having consistent days. I know some people are able to do that. I think most people aren't. And so that's why I try to focus on the bigger picture. What can I do over the course of a week and not so much a day? And that helps me not put so much pressure on myself.
Yeah, another thing that helps me too is trying to just limit the amount of trades I take per day per week. Like I feel like if you just do that and you focus on you just focus in for like 2 hours and you really look for that good setup, or let it kind of come to you, then I just feel like you perform better, right? And
well,
if I sat here, I would be I would be the worst trader ever if I sat here from 8:30 to 4:30 every day. Like I would be so bad. Like it just doesn't fit me, So you have to figure out what fits you. Just because ICT is streaming or dropping 4 YouTube videos a day, or there's people. Just because the market is moving doesn't mean you should be taking a trade. So that was the hardest thing for me to figure out. But once I figured it out, I'm like, oh wow, this is way easier than I thought.
Yeah, what would happen if you had X number of trades that you were allowed to take for the whole week? Like, what if you're allowed to take 3 trades this week? What would that look like?
You'd have to be so picky.
Have to be so
picky.
But what happens if you're picky, Terry?
Good things. Because I know just based on the opposite,
we win, right? We win.
We win. Yes, we win. I like to do this, so I need to be pickier.
Yeah, I consider this a good place to enter right here. Only problem is we got the New York Open here in 3 minutes. So you could be looking for this. I wouldn't be surprised if it ran lower just one more time.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Like a flush.
I'm looking for one.
Somebody's got to be excited to take some profits up here. I mean, this is insane.
Mm-hmm.
But I still think this data high, which is from 8:30, I think this is still like the high. Still the target for the session. Like this is the 8:30 candle, Newswick.
I wouldn't be surprised either.
But yeah, I mean, technically, if you go by patterns, how like I trade and stuff like that, yeah, you're right. This is 100% a breaker. Yep. I
2
just don't.
minutes. What was that, Nick?
I just said I don't enter before 9:30, so it's
Yeah.
giving me my entry right now, and I'm not taking it just because I'm
Rules
good.
are rules.
The
Rules
rules
are
are what
rules.
protect you.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna mark off on the screen.
Yeah, remember that day you shared with us, Nick, about how if you break your rules and you make money, it's like one of the most expensive mistakes that you'll make.
Yeah, 100%. You don't want to do that. Yeah, you just don't want to do that.
Because then you reinforce the bad habits or just reinforce breaking rules.
Yeah, like yeah, no, you don't want to do that. Don't do that crap, guys. Like, just have rules, follow them, don't break them. If you break them and it works out, yikes. If you break them and it doesn't work out, yikes. Don't do it. It's not really that hard. Also, remember why you got into trading. Most people got into trading so that they could have more time to do stuff. So don't try to spend all day looking at charts and stuff. This is boring. You guys don't want to do this.
With Doyle rules. Was you just watching that movie? Yeah, us too. I love doing that to my kids randomly.
Let's see here.
I bet you're such a fun mom, Barbie.
Well, I've been complaining that they don't catch on my movie references, so I've been saying we're about to have a 90s movie marathon.
Oh my gosh. So many good movies. And they'll probably
just staring at me, so I was like, I made
me? No, I'm just like,
there we go.
Market is open.
TOS.
It is pushing down.
Yep. See, that's why I don't enter before 9:30. Like, this is a solid setup, just not for me.
Yeah.
Whoa, this is kind of crazy.
Timber.
So when I see volatility, I give myself so I have a 15-minute gap here if I'm using like time frame alignment, which is like 15-minute, full hour, the 15-minute, the one. I can drop to the 1-minute chart now. I'm gonna be super freaking picky on that chart, but and I want to see a lot of volatility, but let's see what happens here. I'll put it on my trading view charts because that's what I execute anyways.
So the data open of that candle was 23,938. On
Data
IQ.
open, yes, with data low is 926. Yeah. Bonds are kind of okay. This is a little weird here.
What are bonds doing?
Bonds
I
are
didn't even look.
Bonds are pushing up.
Interesting.
And 10 years going lower. So could be a short.
Ooh.
Could be going into that area Barbie was talking about. I don't think the numbers weren't good, right?
I thought the numbers were bullish numbers. I thought it came in at negative 0.1 and expected was 0.3. So expected was like inflation, and then it actually came down. But I don't know, like we never know how the market's going to respond to what we think is bullish news, because maybe the market is like, oh, now the Feds aren't going to cut as much or something. I don't know. I'm not sure. I have no idea. Yeah, we just never know. Every time I think I know what's going to happen based on the news, market surprises me at least half the time. Oh, Dave the Wave says bad for a recession, good for a rate cut.
Bad for recession, good for rate cut. Yeah, so yeah, okay. That number keeps going up too.
Oh, the Fed Watch number?
Yeah. Yeah. So I like to see that because as someone who is currently trying to sell some homes right now,
Mhm.
it's very good to hear. You know, I want to move down to Florida. Do do do. Let's see.
Magnus is looking for some longs, hoping
Yeah, the
that,
options are.
yeah,
I'm watching the flow on calls today too. There's a lot of call buying up here,
interesting.
which is good for my calls. But I'm still in.
Go Barbie calls! Holy smokes! Winning!
It's been a week and a half now.
Amazing.
Yeah, but that consolidation the past couple of days kind of screwed them a little bit, huh?
They're pretty good though. I took major profit, so I'm on runners now, but they're close to 100%. So I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna say they're doing bad.
You got my Venmo. Nice, good stuff. TT trading.
Congrats, 3,400 on a funded account. Let's go. We win. I love it.
You're so positive, Terry.
Thank you. Well, I just feel like, if
The Twitter space, the Twitter FinTwit is really negative, and if you just go the opposite way, you'll feel better about yourself. Yeah, 100%. I agree.
I think so. Yeah, for sure. I think being like negative
You don't want to bring
takes
people
more
down. Like,
energy.
what do you not? Why don't you want to bring people down?
I can, it's in me, but I don't want to. I just think it takes more energy, right? To like be angry
Yeah.
and be like a troll, and to each his own. If you want to troll.
That's what X is all about though in the Fin space. It's all about talking shit and calling people out. That's why I'm not on there that much, but
Right. Yeah. I just try and like sidestep that stuff and encourage people. I love encouraging people. It makes me feel good to cheer everyone else on, right? And if you're winning, even if I'm not winning, if you're winning, like it feels so good to cheer you on. Like it's just, I don't know. I was a cheerleader, so there you go. We are waiting for this market to shake out. Tell us what the vibes are. It did test below VWAP, and now NQ is trading above VWAP.
these calls are still going nuts. Let's freaking go, man. I'm gonna hit another sell up here.
Do we see an all-time new high in NQ today? We're so close.
I was really watching that. I mean, it sure would be great if NASDAQ can try to look fancy like ES and do something like that. I mean,
Yeah, I don't like how NQ's looking. I'd like for it to be a little bit more explosive to the upside.
have you looked at tech though? Here, well, do I have that pulled up somewhere? So Apple is down, Tesla's down, Amazon's down, Meta's down, Microsoft's down. We've got just Broadcom and Nvidia. Well, Google's holding. So I think that's why NASDAQ's lagging right now. It could be that these guys just need to find support down here. The gray is the pre-market. So we're really looking at just this first candle. These are 15-minute charts. I'm going to switch it down to 5 so we can look a little bit closer. But you see what I'm talking about? Like tech is not looking really great. So it's actually kind of amazing that the S&P is holding on so strong. Sometimes you just have to wait for those guys to sort themselves out, and then the whole market starts playing nice again. But that's what we're talking about with profit taking. Sometimes it's not on the actual futures contracts that we're looking to trade. It's on the market that is tied to them, the underlying well, I'm saying underlying like it's options. That's not the right word, but the basket of stocks.
This is interesting. Be interesting if we trade below the data candle, the 8:30 data candle.
CES is not.
ES is stronger. YM is testing the data candle low too. Nick, at what point would you switch your bias for the day? Because I know you were kind of thinking a bullish day. Like, what would you have to see in the charts and in price for you to be like, oh, okay, I think this is a bear day?
Honestly, kind of where it's at right now. I want to see if it falls over and goes below here, then I'm like, yeah, it could go lower. The fact that NQ is going lower here, like going below, like it makes me think ES is about to just fall off a cliff, honestly. And then if you look at bonds and yields are kind of supporting that too. So it could get bloody. I think it could go lower. And I came into the day bullish, but like I'm kind of seeing bearish signs here.
Mm.
And I think the target obviously would be that data low down there at 38. But we're about to know here.
Even when you're bullish, though, you're waiting for that move down to get long. So I get frustrated with this a lot too because you're talking to different traders and they kind of understand language a little bit differently. But just because you come in with a bullish lean doesn't mean that the market can't move lower to give you your entry too. So I'm looking at two different markets right here too, and I see NASDAQ looking very bearish, but if you're watching all of the markets, we're not getting that across the board. So it's not just a straight out, the whole market's in panic situation right now. And that's what I think kind of keeps me from thinking, oh, we got to just short the hell out of it.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Like when we get those days where it retraces and then the big money comes in and gets it at a lower price and then it goes
Yeah, I mean, I think you're
higher.
seeing some red candles and are thinking, oh, well, this is actually bearish. But that doesn't, just because we have red candles doesn't mean it's bearish, is kind of the point that I'm making. Because we're getting, a lot of times we're doing a support check. So we want to go down and check that support. And that's where the bull move starts. Because we've already had a bullish move today. So that's why I'm kind of looking at it. For me, it's at a level. So when we start losing support, that's what I had said earlier too. Is like if we lose support, that's when I would switch to a bearish scenario. But as long as support continues to hold, then the pattern of being bullish holds.
Where is your support level at?
I got a bunch of them, but I was looking at the highs from Friday around. Well, there's a bunch of stuff around 65.35 to 65.40 on ES.
Oh, well, yeah, that would be my target for bearish, like a bearish trade down to there anyway. So yeah, I mean,
but so you can have a bearish trade within a bullish day.
exactly. Yeah, 100%.
Which is what I was trying to say. Like it's not like just because we see some red candles at open, like the whole bullish plan is out the window.
Mm-hmm.
Not the way I trade anyway.
I agree. I think we go now that I think we go lower to like those 65.30 levels. That's just what I'm kind of seeing right now. But I'm bullish on the daily, the weekly, things like that. But I think we could grind lower. NQ's already doing it, so. Also, want pay attention. There is another SMT here now at data low. So just if you want to see lower prices, you don't want to see this SMT. You want to see ES start to sell off, right? So let's see if we can get that.
NQ is now trading below that data candle.
457.
Mr. Moneybags thinks we will go higher after sweeping liquidity. So the overnight low is 874. Oh, it's starting to put in some wicks on the 5-minute on the bottom parts of these candles.
So we're starting to get move now.
Starting to push.
Yeah, I'd like to see NQ really get. There's an SMT at the data low, right? There's an SMT here. Okay, and there's also an SM here, which I don't really point these out a whole lot because I think people can get confused. But data low from a big news event is pretty big, and then also if you look at the lower time frames, it's obvious ES is stronger. If we get above here, I'm gonna slap longs. I'm gonna slap the crap out of them actually. Yeah, if we get above here, I'm gonna slap longs. I want to see a strong, energetic move to that level, this level right here, and then a close above. But we have to get a move up. Has to start moving.
Wow.
Vane asked, when are we going to hit 50K? Let's hit 50K and then we'll see what they cook up for us. MyFundedFutures loves to cook up special sales and gifts for us. We're only 500 away. Can we get there this week? What do you think, Barbie? Can we get there this week?
Better or else.
Share the stream, guys. Make sure you hit the subscribe, turn on your notifications. Let's get to 50,000. I know, Nick, you were asking Luke, or not asking, giving him the idea of maybe a 50% off, like flash sale or something. And it looked like he was really considering it.
He was bullying Luke. I appreciate that for chat.
Representing us.
I gotta get back in chat's good graces. You know, they bully me all the time, so I have to bully someone else. No, I'm sure they'll cook up something for 50K subs. That's kind of a big deal.
Yeah, incredible.
$500 away, huh?
Yeah, 500 or maybe 400.
Not bad.
I just realized my other light isn't on. I have to go get it with my foot. I'm like, why am I looking so dark? There we go.
This is like that last 500 in your eval, right? It's that final push. It's like, gotta wait for that good moment.
Thank you, Oats Trades. Oats said, I will send the stream to my family chat for subs. Let's go.
I know Grandma needs something to watch during the day.
So far, every candle has been red on NQ. ES is looking stronger. than NQ, and YM is looking stronger than NQ too.
Tech's still not got its act together, so.
Really hoping for a move to the upside. Just a trade. I just don't want to chop. I don't want to
Come on, get 55. Get
Mhm.
55, you little.
You little what? You little what?
You know what?
Uh,
Get it, 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 get it. Oh my God, it's teasing 55.
Are you in a trade, Barbie?
Yeah, maybe.
Look at
There
it.
it goes. Whew. Made me wait for it.
A TP?
Yeah.
Let's go!
I'm just
Winnie.
going from 50 to 55. I just wanted to get a quick little 5 points.
Let's go. W for Barbie, guys.
I am in a runner, so hopefully this runner will go. I'm looking for just literally that data high, 65. What that gif is.
Wish NQ would be a little bit nicer.
Is your girl being a little bee today?
She's not talking to me nice. No.
Bunch of nonsense. Tell you what.
You have to bring her flowers, Nick.
I'm bringing flowers. Okay. I
didn't have this up earlier. I was in my zone, but this is. I guess I have 2 runners left to lead. But
Let's go.
I'm gonna
Go,
put this
go,
one down to
go.
that high.
Maybe we get like a Trump tweet that might just rocket the market higher. It's possible.
I don't really like those. I'd rather him just be quiet. Like I just don't like him that much.
This is what I keep telling people though. Like you have to put your personal stuff for Trump aside and just take it at face value. For he tweets, market moves.
Yeah, but like that sucks if you're already in a good trade and he just tweets.
Yeah, and unless you're long. That's
Yeah.
the thing. Let's go, Pepe. Trading Ranch is winning on the longs today. Let's go. Slapping the calls too. I love it. The calls that I'm in are still at highs. I watched this stuff. Okay, I got stopped out of that. But here's the other thing I'm looking. The calls, and these are in the money at this point, they're holding their value. So even when we make these little moves lower, there's still confidence in these calls, and I like that. So that's why when I'm holding these big swings, I'm watching stuff like this. When we have moves lower like this, how are my calls doing? And when they hold a lot of value, they usually do pretty well. Oh no, I did that just when you get out of your short. I hate it when the market does that. You've
It's
all
honestly
been
a little
there.
choppy, you know. It's kind of like it's volatile, but it's a little choppy. Like it's huge candles, but like they're kind of back and forth. We haven't really moved much since 9:30 open, so I want to see in Q highs, but I want to start.
Oh, there was a Israel strike on Yemen. I don't think that's moving the market that much, but that was, I mean, really, that wasn't that big of a red candle. That was relatively small. And then I guess Trump's in Poland, so we're probably off duty on that one. He's not going to say anything crazy in Poland, right? No, he's here. What was this thing about Poland? He's monitoring reports from Poland. Okay, he's going to speak with the Polish president today. But he is in town. I watch that sometimes too. Like when he's traveling and he has a big, especially if he's traveling internationally, it's usually pretty quiet. So.
Are the longs going to battle this back up? They're trying, it seems like, in NQ.
Andy says that Poland shot down some Russian drones. I guess that's what they're going to have a little chit chat about.
I think price could come down to that 4-hour gap. I mean, if you look at the 4-hour chart right now, look at the 4-hour candle. This wick is crazy. 4-hour wick right now on ES or NQ is wild. I think we go higher. I want to see it go higher, but I need to see displacement up.
And sometimes it just takes a really long time for that to work its way out. Like yesterday, although I think yesterday we kind of got a pump on confidence coming into today. I've seen that before where someone's like, okay, I think it's going to be good. Let's load it up.
Yeah. Imagine NQ goes for Asia low. That'd be crazy.
I don't show Trump speaking today. Whoever was, I lost that comment. Someone was asking. I don't see any Trump speaking. The news item I was reading was talking about him talking to the Polish president. So not us. He's hosting a dinner today in the Rose Garden.
That would be fun to go to. Can you imagine?
Incredible people watching.
Yeah, and the conversations too. Okay, NQ is putting in some prints below this data candle. It looked like the bulls were trying to fight back, but it looks like the bears are still around.
Oh, they're always lurking.
Right? Never know when they're going to pounce. But the bulls end up a lot stronger because hence the markets always grind up higher eventually.
Yeah, looks like just some downwards chop right now on NQ. ES hasn't moved since 9:30 really. It moved just enough to give Barbie her TP.
Yeah. That's all I needed. I just needed 55.
Data high and data low. So if you go to the 8:30 or the 10 a.m., whatever the news is, it's the low and the high. So price usually will gravitate towards those levels. Right, if it hasn't hit them yet. So we got the 8:30 high and the 8:30 low from news. I lean bullish because the market is bullish, and I think NQ has another objective, which is the all-time high at 0.68, 24.068. So I have two different levels I think price could reach for. I'm glad it's going lower a little bit, but I'm ready for that move up now. You know what I mean? So. Yeah, that's data high, data low. It's basically just the high and the low from news, including the wicks. Yep. Barbie, what's your thoughts on institutions selling off now so they can buy shitloads after CPI? Looks like there will be a rate cut. I reckon NQ will fly.
Are they asking if I think institutions will sell off to get a better deal?
Yeah.
I mean,
how they
that could
operate.
be
That's how they operate.
some of what's going on, but a lot of times you just kind of move your stops, right? That's what I do on my calls. That's why I was just looking, like, couldn't remember which calls I got. They're deep in the money, so that's helping them too. But once you have that position that's in a lot of profit, you just kind of start moving your stops until you get to your profit take spots. I do think that 65 was a profit taking area. I don't think it's an accident at all that we got this big wick off of there. That was a sigma, or is it there's a calculation in what's it called, market profile, that puts the target right up there. So I was really watching that. I try to put my targets just inside of these major levels a lot of times too, but it makes a lot of sense that this was a profit taking area. So if you were long, if you went long yesterday or before for PPI today, and you had a target up here, 65, you've already taken some profits. So you could be looking for the market to move lower to re-enter, but I don't think you're going to dump to make the market move lower. I don't know if that was part of that question or not. That's what I was trying to figure out. But if you've taken profits up here at 65, you probably are looking to reload if you're still bullish on the market. But you have to remember, these guys don't have to close their positions out at the end of the day. They can do whatever they want to do. Whatever
Yeah,
they
they,
need to
they
do.
don't they don't trade props, so they don't have to close out by 4:10 Eastern. You know.
No, they don't have to.
Yeah, here. Let me share what I think.
Yeah, sometimes they'll reallocate to other things. Like right now, we're seeing tech kind of take a hit. There might be some rotations out of that stuff, but we had some earnings, with Oracle. It did okay, I guess.
Yeah,
Wasn't it up like 25% or something overnight?
It's up massively.
Yeah. I don't use.
It was at 243. It's at 339, 337.
Holy
It's up a
smokes.
bit. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to see if we can get a strong move to the upside here, targeting this 830 high. ES is doing its job, but NQ, I'm just waiting for some volatility. If we start to get that volatility to the upside, I'll look to take a long, probably in this 23,965 area. But as of right now, I have nothing, so hopefully we can get it. But yeah, that's gonna do it for me. Tomorrow we got CPI, so hopefully we catch it. We will catch a good move tomorrow. So, anyways, I'll see you guys back here. See you guys back here then.
Bye, Nick. See you
Yeah,
tomorrow.
take it easy. Oh,
It's giveaway time, the buzz is real, spin the wheel.
All right, 50.
50. Pull back 50. 50 free. Let's use code pull back 50. Let us know if you got one.
How you quickies doing? Did you get it?
Jay got it. Let's go. Faba got it. Fatal got it. Let's go. Congrats to all the winners. Thank you, MyFundedFutures. Yeah, so if you guys didn't catch one, we'll be giving them out throughout the day. We never know when it will drop.
While all that was happening, I did hop in a little bit of a NASDAQ. This was 3 of them, so I've taken 2 of them off. I'm just going to try to get that runner all the way up there now.
Let's go. Let's go. It's trying.
But this is a winning trade no matter what now, because I got that stop. I tried to do my one lot and it just kept adding. But it's okay. I wish I was still in that ES trade too, but oh well. I don't ever apologize to myself for that move where I trailed to break even, because when I've done the math and I have actually tested where I'll run I'll run one where I do my 5 lot and then one where I do a 1 lot, and my 5 lot tends to make more money. Or a higher percentage, like the if you scale the 1 up to 5, the 5 makes more money. Does that make sense? I said that weird.
It would be so fun to see like how you keep track of all the statistics.
Oh, I'm not that organized. I just look at the weekly P&L. Then you can do the math off of there. I used to, well, I was really good about running my bots and just letting them run for the week and getting really good stats on them. The reason I haven't been is I used to have that running on a separate computer. When I start hearing those orders, it like really starts messing with my head. So I have to run all my tests on a different computer, and I'm doing everything on one computer because my old one died. But I think I'm gonna get another computer and switch back to doing the dual setup again, because that way I can have one that's just getting all the data and running all the tests, and then the other one's doing the live stuff. I started developing that though because I've got the trading group and I've got other great traders in there, but a lot of us came up together. We learned how to trade together, and we have our different styles, but we were kind of going through the process at the same time. And I got really good at finding these key levels. And one of my trading buddies got really good at money management. And so I was personally getting pissed off that he was making more money off of my levels. So I started paying attention to what he was doing on money management. And this is kind of a modified version. I kind of took what he was doing and what someone else was doing and blended it and made my own little method. But we talk about what finally makes that change, and a lot of it is just like getting sick of seeing the same frustration day in and day out every single day.
Mhm.
How long have I been trading? I started investing long ago and kind of dabbling with day trading and swing trading here and there. But when I really started taking it seriously was 2021 with the herd of everybody else. But I stuck with it.
Printing. Yeah, a lot of people quit during that time, I think. Like they got a taste and then they're like, "Oh," and didn't quite work
Yeah,
through all the hiccups.
I definitely hit my head against the wall a few times, and that's when I would kind of shift. So even though I'm still trading options, I'm not doing 0 DTEs for these little intraday scalps. I've full on switched to futures for those, and I still have the options knowledge that I can pull from, but I've shifted that from day trading into longer term stuff. I carry a lot of leaps and a lot of swings like that. That's what I was just looking at. I was trying to figure out when I bought these SPY calls because they're pretty solidly in the money. So that's kind of how I go back and look like how far out they were. But that's because I've been able to hold them this whole time. I used to look at those options like, man, how do these guys get into these options? There's like $2,000 a pop. Well, I kind of finally figured it out. It's like you get into it 2 weeks early when they're $300 and you wait for them to get to $2,000. But I didn't have the patience to do that as a day trader. It's like once I found the right asset for day trading, then I was able to kind of redirect my options knowledge into slowing things down and doing it that way. But that goes back to taking fewer trades. I mean, I only hit that. I can hit that once or twice a month. And it would certainly replace some of my previous jobs just with that little move. It took a long time to figure that out, though, to be honest.
Yeah, like how you've shared with us, it's like a different tool. The options and how you use the options versus the futures, how you use the futures. It's like different tools that you have.
Faba has a good question. Advice for people who doubt if it's skill or luck. I talked about this a little bit the other day, but we'll kind of reevaluate this. If you're going to put a position in the market, at first you think, oh, there's a 50-50 chance of me being right if I go long or short. It's 50-50 chance. But there's not, because in trading, we have stop losses and take profits. So we're looking for the market to make move X before moving to price Y. And that's where things get pretty tricky. So you have actually much less than a 50-50 chance when you enter the market. If it was just luck, then maybe you could say, yeah, some people are lucky and that's why they make money, but it's not that way. we talk about this every day. This is what this is what people are never going to understand. You're never going to explain to somebody in an elevator or at dinner or whatever why trading is gambling if they've already made their mind up that way. But it's probably because they've lost money, and it's probably because they don't understand market dynamics and things. So you can gamble in the market. There's a lot of people that come to the market and gamble every day. Maybe that's you, maybe that's them. I don't know. But there's also people who come to the market with tried and true strategies that they've run the numbers on, they've practiced, they've developed their psychology skills, and they've put all of the pieces together to actually make money in the market. That's like, trying to say it's gambling versus trading. There's both skills going on. It's not like they don't both exist at the same time. There's gambling trades and there's methodical trades. The gambling trades are the ones that tend to not make it, and the other ones do. I see this question as like, how do we know that day trading is a real thing? I was like, well, people have been doing it for 100 years, more than 100 years. People have been day trading and making not only a living at it, but creating wealth. And that's what I'm trying to do a series about this on my channel, actually, but it's not just about making money. We're very used to exchanging time for money. Who else has worked for $7 an hour? Like we're used to exchanging time for money. And then you move into a salary and it's like, okay, well, you're making $70,000 for this year. Like you've got the time and money, but that's not how wealth works. Wealth is not an exchange of time for money. It's an exchange of something that you're leveraging for wealth. And it's a completely different thing. Trading is that opportunity because we have the opportunity to leverage knowledge and skill financially in the market and create this massive compounding gain situation. But gamblers don't do that. Long, weird, rambling answer. Hopefully that helped.
It's
You work
great.
for about 6, 7 an hour. Yeah. Oh God.
I remember
6, 7. Sandy,
the day.
6, 7. You have no idea what I'm talking about. It's okay.
No, I know. I'm sorry. Is this a movie reference?
No, this is a generational reference to those who are young students about now.
Oh.
I've recently found, I don't know why this has happened, but I've been training parents on how to troll their kids with Gen Alpha language lately. I've gotten a reputation for having this skill.
Give us an example. I'm so curious.
Well, I just did 6, 7. I mean, 6, 7. You just freaking go on about 6, 7. 41, 6, 7.
I have to Google this. I'm so,
It's from a song, but it's like really obscure. They don't even know what it's from. But they're into sendies and tendies right now, so they must be onto Wall Street bets.
I was gonna say that sounds like Wall Street bets.
They're
Tendies.
saying it like in school, like sendies. Like
No
that's
way.
sendies. Oh, that lunch is Sandy's. or Sandy, like not Sandy's, Cindy.
That's
But
incredible. That Wall Street bets like language is just the
it probably
trend
came
right
from a
now.
streamer that is related to Wall Street bets somehow.
Sendy. I'm gonna have some Sendy lunch.
Oh, you say 41 instead of 42 just to mess with them? Half of them don't know the 41 one, though. Bro is cooked. What's up, Ice?
Yeah, ICU40 says people are told to trade time for money from the day they are born. Yeah.
You do it to some extent. Like we all start out that way because you don't have anything to leverage yet.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know where your first job. My first job, I was a cashier at a local crappy drugstore that is now defunct and closed. But, that set me up with the model of how working works. And some people get stuck in that. I knew that if I got stuck in that, I was going to be limited by how much other people were willing to pay me. I don't know. For some reason, I understood pretty early on that I needed more than to work for time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's why I started investing in real estate and stuff really super young. My friends thought I was crazy or something, but I mean, I probably was. They had to pay for going out because I had no money because I had a house, but I had a house.
You're bold and brave and courageous entrepreneur. I think that is a common thread amongst traders is like a lot of traders are entrepreneurs. Like there's a certain type, I feel like we're attracted to trading because we can be our own boss. And there's no cap on how much we can potentially make.
Exactly. Don't limit me. Not going to be done.
Oh, wow. Houses in Ireland that were 150K 5 years ago are selling for 400K right now, Oates says.
I should introduce you to the Austin, Texas market. The first house that I bought the house and the lot next door, but the actual just house, I think this was like in central Austin. Y'all are going to be so mad. $250,000. That house is worth over $1 million now.
Holy smokes. That's a lot of gold Rolex watches.
The last house that my personal house that I sold, I doubled my money on.
That is amazing.
That's how the Austin market. Actually, the one before that, I almost doubled my money on. But I'm also really good at that. Like I have a special skill for identifying up and coming neighborhoods and up and coming trends, and so I've always been. I do have a skill for that. But yeah, the Austin market is absolutely insane. You can just kind of throw a dart and make money if you timed it right.
It's similar to your skills of making money in the markets. Like you're able to identify the
Yeah.
levels. Yeah, it transfers.
Yeah, the Austin property taxes, Crypto Foxley, I think I said that right. As Texas in general, we don't have state income tax, so we have a lot of property tax, and it has gotten out of control with the rates going up. My property taxes right now are more than my old salaries. So,
Oof. Ouch.
yeah.
I love Austin. So many good restaurants in Austin. And the vibes. I like the vibes there.
I don't know why like Europeans are always like, oh, they live in wooden houses. I don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, there's some wood in it. My house isn't wood. but
the stick frames maybe.
But that's normal. These days they build a lot. Well, these mega mansions. I will tell you. So the houses that we were building there towards the end were ridiculous. So a lot of those have steel frame, but you still have wood frame inside of a steel frame house. You don't put steel through the entire thing. I have not driven the Coda track. I always said I was going to. I have a membership at a different tracks, so I do that. But the fact that I'm a member was here before Coda. It's not as cool, but I got a lifetime membership.
Are you still in the longs, Barbie? Market looks
No,
like it's pushing.
I got stopped out of that one. I guess I
Oh.
just still have that up there. Okay. Someone was asking to properties within the state of Texas. It depends. So if you're not from the United States, every state has its own laws, especially when it comes to taxes and stuff. Texas has high property taxes because we have lower other taxes.
Nashville is a hot city too. A lot of tourists are going there. But I love Austin. I haven't been to Nashville yet. Have you been to Nashville?
Well, no. I don't even know what Austin is anymore. I loved the old Austin. It's so weird now. I hate driving in Austin. I try not to, like ever. I will go all the way around if I have to.
It's a ton of
The
traffic.
Austin's not the music in Austin is not like it used to be. It used to be all these really cool, like up and coming, and now it's just very corporate. I've seen I've seen some of the most famous musicians ever but this was like in my youth, like in the 90s, just like pop up onto stage at Threadgills or somewhere because they're just in town. And then all of a sudden there's the best music you've ever heard in your life. And that doesn't I don't see that happening in Austin anymore. It's become, because it's so big and there's so many more people here, you have to go through the lines and the security and all that stuff. So that's what's way different than how it used to be.
Abhishek asks, what would be the house rent expense from your salary, guys? So I think that just depends on your salary. Like, for, I don't know, would you say the middle class, average American, like what's the average household income in the US? Like 60,000 maybe? Like I think is the average household income, something around there. So maybe it's like a mortgage payment of $2,500 potentially. But if you're making like $1 million a year, your mortgage payment is going to be much, much higher. And exactly,
Well, your mortgage
taxes.
is related to how big your house is. So that has nothing to do with your income. You can make $5 million a year and have no mortgage.
This is true. Or have a tiny, tiny house and have a mortgage on a tiny house.
Yeah, I mean, you're making a lot of assumptions about putting standard amounts down and everything, and not everyone does that. I haven't.
True. Yeah, every country is very different as far
Not
as
just country.
what the average salary is.
Even within different cities and states, like there's a cost of living problem in Austin, Texas. It's a known problem. It's just the way things are. But if you're going to move to like a more rural area, you can get by with a much lower income. That's the thing. I think people forget how big the United States is.
Huge.
I mean, I'm in the middle of Texas, and I can drive for 7 hours in any direction and still be in Texas. So, like, you can put Europe, like a lot of Europe, inside of Texas.
Yeah, Coop says there's a ton of people that just rent.
I'm from California. That's hilarious. Yeah, housing varies dramatically, I think, anywhere. Pick what you want. How much do you want to spend? You could put the whole USA in Texas. Facts. There you go. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like living in Germany, you can go to Paris for the weekend. That does like sound amazing. I can also go to Paris for the weekend. There is Paris, Texas. There's not much there though. I could also go to Italy. Italy, except for it's not called Italy. It's Italy, Texas. You're trading in Bermuda? Wow. Okay, that I'm jealous about.
Look, says Italy the best. Yeah, I've been to Rome and Florence. It was beautiful.
Yeah, Italy, not Italy. That's different. They have to pronounce everything weird in Texas. It's actually painful when like someone new here from California is trying to like say street names. I'm like, oh God. Because they don't even pronounce it right. It's like all these Mexican names that are just pronounced in a random way, just the Texan way.
It would be fun to go to Norway. So many places to go. You're planning a big, big trip, right? With your passport?
Yeah, well, I've been planning a lot of trips, but because yeah, this year was kind of vacation dry. I haven't booked anything yet, but we are kind of working on some Germany, France. But I don't have the dates on that one yet. I've got to dodge all these kids' schedules. It's ridiculous. We do have one coming up for Ireland and California,
fun.
but that wasn't my choice.
Ah, take us with you. Sounds so amazing.
I'm trying to pop down to the Texas coast here in a little bit. I always plan those last minute, but I don't know if I can understand what anybody's saying in Ireland, but Southern California, Jeebus. I don't have the flights booked for that one yet. I've been starting to book hotels. We'll see. I had all these trips planned for this year, and then my kids switched sports teams, like from one club to another, and completely screwed my schedule.
Oh no.
That's happened a couple times. Damn those kids.
It's like you need an assistant just to work out that schedule.
I always complain to my kids, it's like, when did I sign up to be your executive assistant? I thought I was going to be mom. This was going to be fun. And all I do is work out this very complicated calendar and make sure you have all of these forms filled out and make sure you have your outfits and everything.
And driver.
Yeah, well, one's starting driver's ed, so she'll get to drive me soon. So I don't know where it is and how it is in other states, but when they turn 15 with a learner's permit, I get to sit in the passenger seat. There might be parents who use kids as designated drivers. That's definitely not supposed to happen, but
I just pictured you hanging on. Like, oh.
Why do you think I got another car for them to drive so they don't drive my nice cars? Well, I got them a nice car. Don't listen to me, but the 16 they can drive by themselves. 15 is learner's permit. They have to take classes, but then they have to get hours behind the wheel. That's what the permit's for.
Do you remember when you first learned how to drive a car?
Yeah, but I mean, times were different. I got in trouble all the time for taking cars when I wasn't supposed to. My dad would mark the mileage. He had a mileage log for all the cars because we had a work truck at our house too. So it was like all the family cars plus the work truck. So he had the mileage down on all of them, and he would check it every night, and he would check it whenever he left, and he had a mileage log. But the thing is, I knew how to unplug the speedometer. If you unplug the speedometer, then you unplug the odometer too. On the old cars, the modern ones aren't like this. So I could take the car out. I just didn't know how fast I was going.
It was the beginning of your racing career.
I just really wanted to go. I was impatient. Yeah, fast and curious. Getting race training was actually really fun, and I know that you'll listen to some of the NASCAR drivers like, no, I don't drive crazy on the road. You really don't. It's like if you have an outlet for that, then you go do that there. Plus, it's way more fun on a track than it is with traffic around you. It's just if you have an outlet for racing, it's way more fun. Plus, the track that I go to has reverse cambered turns and things. So on a normal road, if you have a turn, instead of the road being flat, they'll turn it into the turn to help keep you from flying off the road if you come in a little too fast. But at the racetrack, they have it reverse cambered, so it's actually downhill towards the wide side of the turn to make it more challenging. So that's more fun anyway, especially when you've got an overpowered car and you can drive with the accelerator. Some of y'all don't know what I'm talking about. You don't need the steering wheel. Just drive with the steer with the accelerator.
It sounds so cool. It is on my list of things I'd like to experience in my lifetime, to go to a racetrack and to like take a class, try it. It sounds so fun.
I don't really have a good race car these days. I need to get one. For a while, I was driving other people's cars too. But when they were building the track, that's how I got the lifetime license. Is we were involved with the engineering, so that's how I know in detail how all these turns are cambered and everything. But while it was a dirt road, the owner took us out in I think it was a Porsche Cayenne. It was one of the Porsche SUVs, but of course he had the high-end one. So we were off-roading in the track on the dirt road. That was awesome. That was one of the most fun things ever. I had a lot of Mustangs, but they were heavily modified. The most recent one I had was a 96 Cobra that was supercharged and had all the suspension done. It was set up for road racing. And then after that, I had a BMW. I called it my poor man's M3 because it was a regular 335, but we tuned it. So it was faster than an M3. And then I had babies, and they didn't fit in that car.
Sacrifices.
Yeah. But that's my payback now. I've been collecting cars a little bit, but where I am, like, the roads suck, so I don't even know where I drive a BMW or anything these days. We'll see. I have been looking at actually the Porsche Macans. We'll see.
Oh,
It
Voltron
would have
races
to be the
imports.
GTS. Yeah, what imports? Is it German cars, or you like the little rice rockets? I've raced some little Civics and stuff in autocross. I never got much into that. I need an overpowered car. I'm both a truck person and a muscle car person. I have both, but I mean that's the motors come hand in hand, right? I mean my 250 has a 390 in it. How do I know how to build a 390? Well, I used to build Mustangs, and they had 360s, which is basically the same motor. The old FE Ford motors. No Bugattis. I need 4 wheels. Oh, a GTR. I know some people who'd be jealous of that.
Barbie,
At least you're driving the good little rice rocket.
last minute thoughts.
Oh, it is
Share
that
with us.
time.
I know. Before
Got
we
me
head
on
out for the
talking
day.
about cars. I was hoping we were going to get more of a move down so I could go hella long, and we didn't really get that. I got a couple little longs in. I'm still going to kind of watch this and see if we end up just chopping inside of this data candle. I would still love to get lower inside of it to set up for CPI. The market may not give that to me, but I'm hoping for it.
All right. We'll see what tomorrow brings. Good luck, everyone. Ash is on next, and we'll see you tomorrow, bright and early.
All
Bye,
right.
all.
Hey, what's up, everyone? Good morning or good day, depending on where you're from. How's everybody doing today? Welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash Trades. Very excited to get back on here with everyone. Another chance to gain more conviction in our business. Another day, another learning opportunity. So, just going to take some time to welcome everybody into my segment, see how everybody's doing today. Also wanted to say thanks to the morning hosts, Terry, Barbie, Nick. Another phenomenal job once again. I really appreciate all of your guys' time, all the value you guys share. So thank you for your time. I hope you guys have a good day. Let's see who we have here today. Good morning, Benji. Good morning, Luke. Good morning, Rain. Good morning, Dee. Bilo, what's up? Ralpha, good morning. Thiago, good morning. Paul, good morning. Heather, good morning. Chroma, good morning. Tinku, good morning. Tron, good morning. Alex, what's up? Trader HCH, what's up? Dylan, how are you doing today? Joseph, what's up? Hugo, what's up? No Luck, Pure Skill, good morning. Zach, good morning. MG, Wall Street, good morning. Mohammed, good morning. Victor, what's up? Zavid, what's up? Drakes, good morning. TT Trading, good morning. Lee, good morning. Roberta, what's up? Jenny, how are you doing today? Common Sense, how are you doing today? JC, what's up? Trading for Keeps, good morning. Oscar, good morning. Abhishek, how are you doing today? Javier, good morning. Allis, good morning. Good Guy, good morning. Lewis, what's up? Pine Tree, how are you doing today? Mr. Delusional, good morning. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome back to another segment with myself, Ash Trades. How's everybody doing today? Let's see how chat is doing before I get into my conversation for the day. Throw a W in chat. Not a W. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you've yet to trade today. See how everybody's doing before I go through my information here. Handful of 1s coming across first. Love to see that. Couple 2s in there as well. Okay. Pi, good morning. How are you doing? Hello, hello, hello. Couple more 1s. Some 2s now as well. Some 3s now as well. Okay. Okay. All right. Looks pretty 50-50. But let's just make sure we have the mindset right. Okay. Let's just make sure we understand that prior experiences should not determine current experiences. Okay. Whatever has happened in the past, journal it, document it, learn from it, and move forward. Do not carry yesterday's emotions into today. Detach those emotions and focus on implementing your process to the best of your ability every single day. Okay? Fall in love with the process. Allow the results to be a byproduct of it. Do not worry about the future. We cannot predict the future. We cannot tell what's going to happen in the future. Our attention, our focus needs to be on the present. We need to focus on the present. We need to give our best ability every single day. Okay, so let's be present. Let's focus on right now. And let's work to the best of our ability every chance we get. All right, so I'll be watching some longs this morning, exactly what's shown on the screen. We're going to come back to this. This is the position I'm looking at today, so we'll see what kind of result we get from it. We're going to come back to this because I would still like to do the top-down analysis. Okay, but for anybody that's looking, we do have a breaker here. It has an FEG aligned with it. This is the unicorn model. It gave 1 entry so far, and it's sitting in profits. We'll see if they want to run to the target or if it'll end up being a stop loss. Okay, we'll come back to this in a minute. Just remember, this is the position we're watching for my session. Let's get out here on the daily chart. This is very important. We specifically had an if-then statement for our weekly outlook here. The if-then statement was, if this bearish SMT holds, we'll look for lower prices. If it does not hold, then we will know that we're moving higher to new all-time highs. Okay, it's pretty clear here that they are invalidating this bearish SMT. Price has gone above it. We did not get a rejection from it. Okay, additionally, if you come over here to ES, you can see that we've already displaced through it, right? Displacement is the presence of an FEG. Here's the SMT that we were analyzing. Instead of getting rejected from the bearish SMT, we are potentially creating a bullish FEG. And there's a question mark here because a bullish FEG is a 3-candle pattern, right? It's where the first candle and the third candle do not overlap. That's what the FEG is. So the reason why the question mark is there is because this candle has not closed yet. Okay, so it's not confirmed yet. Okay, so essentially what we're looking at is that if-then statement. The if-then statement clearly shows we did not get rejected from the bearish SMT. Instead, ES went and made a new all-time high. And when it did, it's potentially creating a signature for continuation. Okay, so just an update on that weekly outlook. It looks like we're getting higher prices, hence why I was looking at the long there on NQ. We got the invalidation to the bearish SMT. We did that during PPI, so if anybody's wondering, that move was from 8:30 a.m., right? We had news there at 8:30 a.m., PPI. Okay. Now that we've had this PPI candle, this is what I'm looking at, is this right here. ES never ran below the news candle low. NQ ran below the news candle low. So you're looking at bullish SMT now, right? Whether you want to look at it here on the 5-minute chart, the 15-minute chart, the hourly chart, they all have it, right? So let's just take a look at it on the hourly chart as well. The 8 a.m. candle low was taken out by the 9 a.m. candle low. The 8 a.m. candle low was not taken out by the 9 a.m. candle low. That's bullish SMT. It makes sense that ES was the one to go to all-time highs. Strength. The purpose of SMT is to show strength or weakness in the marketplace, or to show when liquidity has been taken. Here's your example of it. It's very clear that ES did a much easier job going back to new all-time highs before NQ did. That's the strength that I'm talking about there. Okay? So, for these reasons, we're looking at higher prices now. Therefore, understanding which direction you're looking for, that's when you look for that Kraken correlation to say it's time to engage with the market. Seeing that there's bullish SMT at the lows, that's why I was looking at this right here, the bullish entry function you saw as I joined my stream. This right here. Okay, so any questions regarding that analysis? Feel free to throw it in chat. We'll go through some questions first before we move on to the second portion that I wanted to talk about. The second conversation I wanted to have with you all. Go ahead and throw any type of questions or information regarding that analysis in the chat. I'll give it a few moments to see if you have any questions first before I get on to the second conversation. On the unicorn model, what do the higher high, lower low have to look like for it to be a significant unicorn? There is no difference in terms of significant or non-significant. Okay. It either fits the definition of a breaker block or it doesn't. Okay. So a bullish breaker, let's take a look. A bullish breaker will have a swing low, a swing high, a new low, then a new high. Let's get rid of this arrow real quick. Right, so this has to be a swing low. This has to be a swing high. This has to be a new swing low. This has to be a new high. Right? A breaker will always be found in between the initial swing low to the initial swing high. And we need an FVG aligned with it. That's what creates the unicorn model, a breaker block plus an FVG. There is no difference in terms of significant or not. It either fits the definition of a breaker or it doesn't. Right? And just to be clear, make sure that these are swing points, right? So let's also make sure you understand what a swing low is and a swing high. Okay, let me just get these off the chart and then we're going to go do it. Okay, make sure each one of these are swing points, which means a swing low is a 3-candle pattern where there's a low that has a higher low on each side of it. So look at this low here. Notice how it has higher lows on each side of it. That's what defines a swing low. The definition of a swing high is the same thing, just vice versa, right? It's a high that has lower highs on each side of it. Okay, so what I'm saying here is you have to have a swing low, you have to have a swing high, you have to have a new swing low, then a new high, right? Swing low, swing high, new swing low, new high. That's what makes a breaker block. Then for it to be the unicorn model, you also want to see an FVG aligned with it. Okay. Ash, are you using any indicators? Nope. Exactly what's on my screen is what I use. Okay. Like these indicators here, this AGFX watermark, that's what this is. Okay. The kill zones and pivots, that's simply just so I can see New York open, London open, Asia open. So that just shows the different sessions. So no, I don't use any indicators. If you go through any of my prior live streams, you'll see that I'm always manually analyzing price action like this right here. What's your thoughts on indicators? You need to do what's best for yourself. So I'm not here to say what's right or wrong. The only thing that I would hope for you is to choose whatever process makes you green, because it's not a matter of being right or wrong. It's a matter of making money, right? As long as you make money, however you do that, that's how you should move forward. In a bullish breaker, does the breaker have to be an up move? Yes. In a bullish breaker, it is the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity, right? So taking liquidity means price is running below a swing low, okay? Here's the swing low right here. So price running below the swing low is taking liquidity. You need the highest up close candle before that move occurs, right? So that move down to take liquidity was from here to here. Okay, the move down was this right here. So you need the highest up close candle before that happened. So a bullish breaker will always be an up close candle. A bearish breaker will always be a down close candle. Okay? Very good question. Now, additionally, when you have consecutive candles, I use the consecutive candles. Okay? Right? So this one right here is the highest up close candle before the leg down that took liquidity. And what I'm saying is when there's two up close candles consecutively, use the consecutive candles. Sometimes there's only one, sometimes there's consecutive. If there are consecutive, then use the consecutive. And when I'm saying consecutive, I mean in a row. There is no down close candle in between these two candles. Right? These are two up close candles in a row. Very good question. If a high or low is made in between Asia and London, do you use that level? The levels that I use are swing lows, swing highs, and FEGs. Okay, so I don't specify them, right? Whether it's in between London session or not, if it's the London session low, if it's the previous day low, I don't analyze it that way. I just analyze swing highs, swing lows, and FEGs. A key note here is the more complicated you guys make this, the harder it's going to be, right? So making these little nuances of it has to be during London session, or if it's in between London and New York, I don't use it. Like all of these little nuances, all these little complications are only going to make it harder for you. Simplicity brings clarity. So make it as easy as possible, because the hard thing to do in this business is controlling your mind, controlling your emotions. That's what we really need to focus on. We really need to focus on efficiently reacting to price, controlling our emotions and our thoughts, because that is what actually determines our risk management. So simplicity brings clarity. Very good question. Making sure I didn't miss any questions here, just going through chat. Don't think I have just yet. Maybe I'll refresh. Let me refresh real quick. Maybe that will show anything different. Ash, did you learn by someone else or by yourself? So I'm a huge component of trial by fire. Like I'm a hands-on learner. Like, for example, I need to do it myself to understand what's happening. Okay, so I quite literally have been staring at the screen for the last decade. Like that, you know, that whether that sounds good or not, I've been showing up to New York Open ever since college. Right, when I was 20 years old. I'm 30 now, so I'm very happy that I've done it. You have to put the time in to get the results that you want. Your results will be directly correlated to the effort that you put into your business. So once again, I'm not saying what's right or wrong. That's just how I learn the best. I need to try something to see if it works. I need that trial by fire. I need that hands-on learning experience, because that's how I learn the best way. So if you need to learn from somebody else, then be my guest. What matters is that you're always fitting this to you, right? Your characteristics, your traits are not going to be the same as me. So if I do better by trial by fire, that doesn't mean you will, right? So when I answer questions, just make sure you understand that when you answer these questions, you should be answering them based upon your own decisions. If you could go back and change one thing in the earlier days of this business, what would it be? So first is delayed gratification, right? Patience. I was so eager to get results. I was so eager because of what you see online. Everybody makes this out to be so easy. Everybody, is just showing pictures of cars and vacations and blah, 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 blah. If I realize that slow is smooth, smooth is fast, if I realized that risk management is the number one priority, then I would have made progress quicker than looking for some kind of instant gratification, right? Like I felt like I could come in here, instantly max long a bunch of call options because the market just always goes up. I figured, just go and grab a bunch of call options. Let's get a bunch of leverage by right. Options are 100x leverage. So it would be the quickest way to make more money by using the most amount of leverage in a shorter period of time. That did not go well. That was that's one of those trial by fire experiences. So patience, to answer that question, patience, delayed gratification, risk management, right? Instead of thinking this is a get rich quick scheme, I'm here to tell you it's not. It's going to take you a long period of learning, trying new things, learning about yourself, trying patience, trying delayed gratification. It's going to take a very long time to get to where you want to be. But are you going to be able to put in the same amount of effort, the same amount of focus, no matter the results, right? Are you going to be the individual that blows up your first account and you go, this is fake, it's not going to work, I can't do this, right? Are you going to get so emotional that you never come back? Or are you going to understand that you have to learn from your losses? That no matter what the result is, you have to continue to keep showing up and putting the same amount of focus and effort into every single day. So it would have definitely shortened my learning curve if I focused more on risk management, if I had more patience, without a doubt. Do you think your emotions is something you have to learn how to control? I truly believe that this business is 80% mental and 20% chart. Like, for example, I could give you the same exact strategy that I use. We can take the same exact entry and we can have completely different results because of what you're saying in your mind, because of what you're feeling, right? If you're so scared, right? Look at this position. This is a great example right here, actually. Right? It gave an entry here. Here's a long right here. Says my method, right? But the individual that has gotten scared thinking, oh, why isn't price moving? Price is just going sideways. It just keeps consolidating. Maybe I'm wrong, or I'm too scared of allowing a winner to become a loser, right? The mental things that you're saying in your mind is going to change the actions you have on a chart, right? So the individual that is scared of all of this chop right here, right? You're seeing your P&L go up $500, down $500, up $200, down $200. That individual would have already moved their stop loss above break even, and then they would have gotten taken out at break even. Simply just because you're scared of holding the position, right? So this individual that gets taken out at break even though we're using the same exact strategy, will not get the result of plus 2R because of the emotional decision they just made. So the overall answer is, I truly believe that you make progress in this business when you learn how to control your mind, you learn how to control your emotions, right? And then your actions follow with the better understanding of your emotions. Okay, so that's quite literally why we have such a mental or psychological conversation during my segment every single day, because I truly believe that is where you actually make a difference in this business, right? The edge in this business does not come from the chart. It doesn't matter how much you know about price action. if you don't know how to control your own actions during the time of. Okay. There's many different examples of this. I'm not going to name any names, but there's very big firms out there that they don't trade themselves. They will provide education. They will give you, all of the resources you need to become a good trader, but they are not traders themselves. They only provide the resources, right? There's a difference, because if you can't handle the emotions yourself, you're not going to be a trader, right? So you could participate in the business, but if you can't handle your own emotions, there's a difference between trading, right, and participating in this business. Very good question. Very, very good question. You will definitely come across a lot of different learning experiences about your own personality, your own character traits, your own intrusive thoughts by taking trades. There's a very normal saying that this chart right here is going to be a mirror of yourself. So when you learn about yourself, right, you'll find out that you're very impulsive. How will you find out that you're very impulsive? The impulsive person is the type of individual that says they hear the 9:30 bell, right? They're like, "Oh, New York open, smash, market buy." That's the impulsive person, the person that instantaneously gets into a position without doing any kind of due diligence. They just hop right into the position because they see price moving, right? So when you can counteract that with being capable of waiting, right? If you have a system, right? This is my system right here, right? Ready? This is my system right here. And when you're capable of not doing anything until this is on the screen, that's how you can see the difference of I'm becoming patient or not. Right? So let's just walk through this real quick. Right? Here's 9:30 right here. Okay, half of you probably already blown an account because they were so bullish from this news candle that they thought we were going to continue to keep running higher, right? So they probably went into 9:30 smashing a market long, right? Buy market. As soon as 9:30 happens, there you go. You've already blown your account just from 1 minute of being in the market, right? And then on top of that, let's take a look. Right? Notice how this right here is still not on the screen. Right? So we're now coming into 10 o'clock. So who was capable of waiting until 10 o'clock, or have you already blown your account? Right? Like, we're now half an hour into the market. Look at all this chop. You probably, tried to long again because you saw a little reversal there. Tried to long again because you saw a little reversal there. Tried to long again because you saw a little reversal there. All of them end up being stop losses. So you end up blowing your account until we finally get a breakout, right? I continue to keep doing this. I'm not trying to confuse you guys. I'm trying to show you that it doesn't matter what terminology you use, but the downtrend breakout did not happen until here. 10 o'clock. Were you capable of even waiting till 10 o'clock? Or did you already blow your account? There's a huge difference here. And the only difference is is your ability to control your mind, your ability to control your actions. Exactly. I love the sports references. Thank you, Bob. Bob saying you can apply this trading instead of baseball. Baseball is 90% mental, the other half is physical. I love those sports analogies because, for example, right, the normal batting average of a professional baseball player is like 0.250. Right? So in terms of numbers, that means 1 out of every 4 attempts they actually get a hit. Right? So they lose majority of the time. But they're still showing up to every single at bat with the attention, with the focus, with the determination that they do every single at bat. They don't just. So what's the difference, right? Like, what's the difference? Why does a baseball player get paid millions and millions of dollars to only get a hit 1 out of every 4 times compared to an individual that is day trading who blows up their account and instantly leaves the business? The difference is the mental and emotional intelligence, the ability to control your mind, the ability to control your actions. Can you still show up and give your business the respect it deserves after you've had a losing trade? Or when you have a losing trade, do you then go on tilt and blow the entire account? Right? Like the dude Aaron Judge, when he strikes out, he doesn't just go, "Oh, my career sucks. I'm done playing baseball. I quit the Yankees. I'm done. That's it. I don't know how to swing the bat." Or does he remain calm, go back out there and try his hardest again, and then 1 out of every 4 times he crushes a ball into the stands? Right? Like, even if he does have that thought that's in his mind, he at least controls it and still shows up the next time. And he still gives his best effort the next time. You got to figure out how to deal with that tilt. If you're really going to allow one loss to ruin your entire business, then I suggest you go get a 9 to 5. You should just go get something that's more stable. Seriously, like your family and your health means so much more than that. Like, being completely honest, the only reason why Elon is who Elon is, the only reason why Jeff Bezos is who Jeff Bezos is, the only reason why Zuckerberg is who Zuck is because they fail quicker than anybody else. They fail so much, so often, yet they continue to keep working. They never stop. It doesn't matter the results. They fail as much as they can, as quick as they can, and continue to keep working. Like just work. Don't worry. Just work. The work will prove the value. As you can see, I love my psychology, so sorry for going on a little rant there, but I truly, truly believe that this business is 80% mental and 20% chart. So when that conversation comes up, I really dive into it because that is where I really think that everybody is going to make a difference when it comes to trading. If you can control your mind, you will be able to make progress. If you allow those emotions to deter your executions, you're going to keep having those moments of tilting. You're going to keep having those moments of overtrading. You're going to keep having those moments of oversizing. And all of those things are what blows accounts. So either control your emotions and do what is good for your risk management, do what is good for your mental and emotional health, or continue to keep blowing accounts and see where that's going to get you. So for anybody that is just now joining, we're watching this long here. We're just having questions and answers as we go through it. But we had a entry on the long here. Ever since then, it has done nothing, right? At least it's sitting in profit. Great. But there's no result, right? It's only gone, let's see, just about 1 hour so far. Other than that, there hasn't been a result to it. So just waiting, just watching, waiting to see if we get a result to the position. We're going through questions and answers as we do this. So if you're finding any value in these conversations, if you're finding any value from these trades, if you're finding any value from all the giveaways that we've been doing on the stream, do us a favor, sub to the channel, hit the like button, turn the notifications on. For everybody that's been working with me, you see that I'm going to continue to keep showing up. We're going to continue to keep working. Would you consider unicorn model on NQ or ES? According to you, which has more value? You can make money from either one of them. So both of them have value. I follow NQ and ES. Those are the ones that I focus on. So whether you find a unicorn in NQ or you find a unicorn in ES, either one of them can be executed. Don't you have position management policy to implement when you see the exhaustion of one of these two sides of the market? My position management is -1R or +2R. That's it. Those are the only two results that I'm looking for. The only other time that I get a different result than +1R or +2R is we're not allowed to be holding positions overnight, right? So if this thing continues to chop all the way until 4 p.m., right, then I would just manually close no matter where it is, because I'm not going to break a rule for one of the funded accounts, right? So at that moment in time, then you just need to manually close so you don't break a rule. And I believe they will automatically close it for you if you don't. The only other time, if you have some kind of responsibility that you have to take care of, right? Like if your significant other calls you and says, I have an emergency, you should just close up this business and go take care of family, because family is more important than that. And no, for the individuals that are going to say, don't you do set it and forget it? You can never do set it and forget it, because what happens when your order does not get executed, right? There have been times where you can place a limit order and the market will go right past your order and never fill you. So no matter how you want to do a set it and forget it, you still need to confirm that the order is actually being executed. So if you can't be there to manage your position, then just close it up. So the only two times that I wouldn't get that result is the market's either closing and I need to close the position, or my wife calls me and says, there's an emergency, I need you right now. So life lesson, if your wife needs help, if whatever your wife says, always say yes. Quick life lesson. Oh, happy wife, happy life. Happy wife, happy life. Ash, you're from Turkey, right? No, I am very far away from Turkey. I'm in the US. So I'm very far away from it. Powell or wife? Definitely wife. Jay Powell is too old for me. Ash, any advice on how to shift mindset? So books, I just went over my list of books yesterday during yesterday's stream. We can do it again real quick here. There's been a lot of books that have helped my psychology personally. So sorry for anybody that thinks this is repetitive, but I would like to answer their question when it comes across. Here's the list of books that really made an impact on my mental and emotional intelligence. From best to worst, I'll read it out real quick. The Best Loser Wins by Tom Hogard, one of the best books out of this entire list. Trading in the Zone by Mark Douglas. The Power of Positive Thinking by Norman Vincent Peale. Principles by Ray Dalio. Extreme Ownership by Jocko Willink. The Art of War by Sun Tzu. And then lastly, The Psychology of Money by Morgan Housel. So whether that works for you or not, but books are something that have tremendously helped my psychology. I just read The Best Loser Wins today or yesterday. Great read. Yeah, that you should be taking notes of that one. There's so many good little golden nuggets in there. Ash, is 9 a.m. 5-minute candle not bearish breaker? So I looked during New York Open. So this is not a bearish breaker anyways, right? This is a failure swing. So a bearish breaker, you have to have a swing high, a swing low, a new swing high, then a new low. Okay, so look at this. You get a swing high, you get a lower high, then a lower low. So look at the difference. This is what a breaker would be over here. This is what this morning was. A high, then a lower high. See the difference? Like maybe we need to start a book club. Maybe that could be another thing that we do here on stream. Go over some of the key points of these books, because maybe that'll help in terms of psychology. Start going over some of that information. What were the books? You could just rewind the stream. Like just grab the what is it called? Like the time thing on the YouTube and just rewind it. I literally just said it. So just rewind it like a couple minutes and you'll hear the list of books. I think identifying your mistakes and then making changes to avoid them can go a long way. Books can't really help. They're just secondhand experience. So it comes down to the individual, right? I'm not here to say what is right versus what is wrong. I'm just here to share my experience. Some people will learn better from books. Some people will learn better from real life experience. It's contingent upon the individual. So, right, I personally love the hands-on experience. Have you read any books about Jesse Livermore? No, I have not. Do you have any recommendations? ES dropping. Let's see what ES is doing. ES dropping pretty heavily for the amount of consolidation you're getting there in NQ. Right, NQ is holding up decently compared to this drop in ES. Ash, you might need to break even. See, there's the comment there. If I were to break even, then I'm rightfully saying that I'm looking for a break-even result. If I did that, I would then be going against my game plan and breaking rules, right? That's even worse than a result. Be process-driven, allow the results to be a byproduct of it, right? Like, if you can't fully accept the risk before the risk is taken, then just don't take the trade at all. You have to understand, I'm completely okay with losing. Right? So if it goes to the stop loss, that's fine. Right? Because I'm more process driven than result driven. That's the entire purpose. Every time you go and break rules, then there goes your discipline. So we'll see. I'm completely okay. So that's what accepting risk is, right? I'm completely okay with this being a loss. Why am I completely okay with that? Because it would not blow the account. Because I'm more focused on following the rules, following my system, than a result. So we'll see what happens. Ash, I really believe that if you really want to make it in this business, you won't, sorry, I don't know why I can't read. You won't doing the same mistakes over and over again because you can't afford to do it over and over again. You're going to run into the same mistakes all the time, right? So trying to be perfect is unrealistic. In my opinion, if you only make mistakes trying to be perfect is not realistic. If you make mistakes 30% of the time, that's okay. If you make mistakes 100% of the time, that's not okay. But thinking that you should be perfect 100% of the time is not realistic. Okay? I don't aim for perfection. Right? Like, if you think that 10 years down the road, you'll be so good at this business that you never make mistakes ever again, let me know how that works for you. Because I'm okay with making mistakes. I've understood that doing things right only happens about 70% of the time. And when I do make mistakes, I'm okay with making them because I know that I'm not perfect. Couldn't you just go for 1-to-1 with one contract and the remaining of the position for a possible runner? You can do whatever you'd like. So again, I'm not here to say what is right or wrong. I'm here to share my experience. If you have a different form of management, that's completely okay. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about being green. So however you get green, that is what you should focus on. We're not all going to have the same model. We're not going to all have the same trades. We're not going to have the same risk management. Okay? You have to figure out what works best for yourself. So if you want to take off one at 1-to-1 risk to reward and then put a break-even stop for the rest, collect enough data on that to show that that's a profitable system for yourself. That's what should happen. 'Cause, 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 So we got another 8 minutes here for my segment. If you have any last questions or information, feel free to throw it in chat. Once again, if you found any value from the conversation, from any of the hosts, from any of the special guests that we have, from any of the giveaways that we do, sub to the channel, like the video, turn notifications on. We're going to continue to keep working and learning every week. Why not break even in that position? Chat, I really don't know how to make it any more clear. Maybe people are just coming in and out of the stream at different times. It's just not a part of my management, plain and simple. I made the decision beforehand, right? It's a matter of creating a game plan, then sticking to the game plan, right? So I have a system that I follow, okay? That is the reason why I'm not doing that. I'm not saying that that's right or wrong. You should choose your own risk management. You should be an independent thinker. You should do what's best for yourself. Okay? Changing of the subject. What is it that you love the most about being married? I got to marry my best friend. So all the great times we have, all the family that we have, all the traveling that we've done, all the memories that we've shared. I truly got lucky. So I got somebody that supports me, somebody that has fun with me, somebody that loves me. I truly got blessed, and man, am I lucky. So sharing these experiences, getting to have fun and be with family, going through life with somebody else, those would be the things that I say are the best about marriage. Thanks for asking. Hopefully everybody else gets to get that experience as well. If she's in the room right now, blink 6 times fast. She's at work right now. She also has a full-time job. Hey, Ash, if price is hovering around a swing high for 2 to 3 days, will your bias still lean towards bearish? It depends. I need to see the information, right? Did we get rejected from the swing high? Did we displace through the swing high? There's information that I look at that helps me determine that. Right? What kind of candle occurred at that swing high? Is there a huge rejection candle? Yes or no? He just said the J word. Yes, you all need a job. You need money to make money. So you need a job. Everybody should be working. The job is what covers your safety, your health, your well-being, your family. Everybody should be working. Everybody should have a job. Yes, job. The J word. So, last couple minutes here with you all. Definitely stick around for Tom's segment. Tom and Matt, they do a phenomenal job providing value every single day. If you guys aren't aware, we also got the Asia session going too now. Steve has been doing the Asia session at nighttime, so definitely check that out as well. I've highly been enjoying a new segment, the Asia session. Why is everybody so scared of the J word? You guys don't want to work? Why is the J word so scary? I highly suggest everybody gets a job. That word is bannable, says MyFundedFutures. All right. I mean, you heard it first. Get rid of the J word. Time to get rid of it. Which word is it? I'm not saying it anymore. You heard MyFundedFutures. It's not allowed here anymore. Alrighty, chat. That is the end of my segment. What a phenomenal conversation we had. Thank you all for your time. Thank you, everybody, for participating. I really appreciate every single one of you. Every time that we get to go over this information, every time that we get to go over these topics, these questions, it's building the repetition that we need. Conviction is built through experience. So let's keep relentlessly working and learning every single day. Let's continue to keep showing up, journaling, documenting our business, developing this edge, because once you have this edge, nobody can take it away from you. Let's go ahead and welcome Tom up on the stage. I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over to him. I hope you all have a great day, and I will see you all tomorrow.
And we're back. Hello. Hey. Wow, it's good to be back. The positive vibes. I love it. Oh, it's here. Go to MyFunded. Okay, don't worry. I don't care. I'm just gonna go. Type in the code. There's a code there. I see it. SNT50, everybody. 50 resets. Come on. Oh my god, I have to reset an account. Am I slow? SNT50. Come on, let's do this. Okay, MyFundedFutures.com. Okay, let's load it up. I think I still can get it. Okay. All right. I'm too late again. Anyway, everybody. This was an awesome session. First of all, I need to thank Ash for so many times because he's providing such an excellent value all the time. I just love listening to him, guys, really. And thank you again, Ash. This was a great session, as always. So what can I say? It's hard to top this up, because the session is just, awesome. This is the awesome session with Ash. Anyway, how is everybody doing? How is everybody doing so far? Hello, everybody. To the chat, to the host, to the mods. How you guys are doing? Ladies and gents, tell me everybody's printing money on this fine PPI day. By the way, congratulations to the winners. I think I was a little bit too slow to get it, right? Red day. Come on, green. Oh, green. Okay. Report back to me on my stream tomorrow, and we're going to discuss this. Anyway, congratulations to the winners. Yeah, it was not valid because you got to be super quick. Like, by the time I go to the website, it's just over. I feel like I'm a little bit too slow. Yeah, I'm just too slow on this. Well, we'll see. I always say stick around, I always say that. But anyway, I hope everybody, except green again, special session for you later. Okay. But no problem, green. It's fine. I hope everybody is in the green, not actually just green, but green. That sounds weird. Actually, anyone making profit today? I hope yes. You are green. Okay, let's just get it through. VWAP. Okay, VWAP, can we move on? Okay, move on. Yeah, you're green. Okay, VWAP is green. All right, that's also kind of weird to say. So 1,500. Congratulations. Okay. All right, nobody else. Right. Nobody else is green on the day. Interesting. Interesting situation. Obviously, we were expecting these levels to somewhat, tell the guys to share the stream so we can. Oh yeah, of course. How could I forget this, Trader H? The daily routine, everybody. Daily routine. I don't get it. Why you guys don't doing? I know that. I know you didn't do that. So here's the chance. Click the like. Okay. You must be subscribed, obviously. If you're not subscribed, then obviously share the stream. Everybody. It's very simple. I have an Android phone. I got the heat from the others at MyFunded TV. Like, why do you have an Android? Everybody has iPhones nowadays. But anyways, I do have a notebook here. I mean, I have my phone book. Sorry, and I just can send a bulk message to everyone that I know with the stream address, with the stream link. Sorry, just share it. How difficult? Okay. Doesn't matter who it is, just, share the stream. Okay. Android there too. Okay. So, as about the market, just a quick recap. Don't worry, I'm not going to bore you with the usual zone stuff. Not today, maybe, not today. But I just want to say, ton of traders have Android. Oh, I feel safer now. So, I saw actually 0 targets on the upside, despite the fact that we have an all-time high. And we had the psychological number, the 24K. London session was actually not that good. Again, I don't know what's up with the market. Look at, by the way, this. This was actually torture. Most of you guys who are trading in the Asia session, look at this. 5 points range. And then finally, something started to happen in London, but then, NQ just, pooped the bed a little bit and then went higher. Actually, the news, I thought that we're going to go down to the demand zone, but it didn't really happen. So, I really wanted to take along throughout the day. Obviously, I don't trade the news, especially not on my funded accounts. 24K got taken out. And yeah, the market open was, let's just say, a little bit crazy and not what I expected. So after 9:30, we saw this huge drop here and taking out the news candle low. And in terms of zones and yeah, Ryan. So really, I saw nothing. Basically, the reason why I just sat through the whole thing here, because I did not see any narrative in my according to my setup. But I did do a crazy thing today. I actually broke my own rule, because as it started to go lower, I actually jumped into a short position right here. Actually, it was somewhere here. I jumped into a short position, and my target was originally the 5-minute order block or 5-minute demand zone down below 860. Now my stop loss was somewhere up here, and I think this is a great example why it's not a good thing to mess with your trading setup, why not to mess with your edge, with your game plan, and all that such. Now, this is not what I did. What I did is I entered the trade. I was in a good position. It was really seemed to be going down, even dropped down right here to the midnight level around 918. And so it started to go back up there. And you know what I did? I closed it. And to make everything worse, I actually jumped into a long position. Sorry, actually, it was earlier. I messed up. I have to stretch this a little bit. So it went down, then it went back up there at 944. Yeah, I remember now. And I jumped in. Let me get this off. I jumped into a long position at this area. And of course, it took me out. So not that I just closed my perfectly valid trade. I jumped into the opposite direction because I started to see a setup here on this 1 minute chart. That's a 1 minute supply zone up there. And I thought like, okay, since the news candle high is still up there and there could be liquidity up there and we have a zone here, then, you know, why not jump in to a long position like everybody got squeezed down here? Why not just take a long? So closed the trade, deviated from the plan, opened up a long position, completely messed it up, took me out with a stop, and that was it for me. That was it. Later, I opened up another long position. Guess why? Guess what happened? It took me out as well. I totally messed up this New York session. Quite a few $100s down in the drawdown. Actually, one of my account is almost at $1,000 of drawdown. So kind of sucks, but it is what it is. I'm cooked. Yeah. And on gold, I mean, this was amazing. On gold, there was a 15-minute fair value gap, actually a sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. The news candle didn't go up there, actually not on the mini. So there was a huge indecision here at the news release. It went down just currently about 15 minutes ago, swept some lows. Now, who knows? It might want to go up there again. It's just nothing. I don't like this. The whole price action is just, I don't even want to say it. I don't want to say it because maybe there's kids around. So in a summary, my day so far is absolutely like, let's just say not so good. All right. Not so good. So the thing is, to go back to this example, and I'm going to use the 1 minute time frame because that's where I was looking for my entry. And just to explain why the trade plan was looking good and what was my exact mistake here, I was looking for a move to reprice this fair value gap down here at the market open, which then happened. And then I think my entry was a little bit down here, like I missed it by 10 to 15 points. And then I thought like, okay, this could be the one. This could be it. I think we could be just going down lower and lower, which we did. We swept the news candle low, and I thought like, okay, we should be going even more. And so my entry was somewhere around here. And my stop loss, oh, actually, no, was somewhere here. But that was the game plan. I'm sorry. Yeah, my stop loss was. So it could have been stopped out either way. Terrible day. Absolutely terrible. For me, at least. Carter, you blew 3 accounts? Oh, and 1 funded. I'm not going to say it. No, I'm not. That's just, I can't do that, you know, because of the kids. Yeah, price action is just absolutely not. You know, when I see this, and you know, especially when I you know, messing around with my entries, breaking my rules 2 or 3 times in a row, that's a huge red flag that, you know, I just have to stop. You know, that's a stop. I don't even care. Just need to stop. Hey, don't worry about it, Clint. It's, you know, these days are in the cards. I'm not going to say Joe. Okay, let's move on. So these days are in the cards. Okay, we just have to survive. Obviously, This is part of the emotional edge that we talked about. Just a second. I have a text message here from Magnus. He's actually doing something in the background. Yeah, Magnus is saying every viewer is going to get a 50K Pro account, or not. Maybe I'm mistaken. Sorry. No, I thought this. Okay. Anyway, I tried it, guys. You can't say it. I did not try. All right, I did. I tried. Okay, let's move on. Let's move on. Magnus is always doing something. I'm doing for the good cause. Exactly. I tried. All right. Anyway, regarding this market, I wish I could tell you something nice about this price action, but I just really can't. I'm trolling. Don't worry. Oh my God. Now I'm going to get some heat. Okay, so if you pay for it, okay. So if I pay for it, everybody gets an account, right? Yeah, I always have to be aware. Maybe I can get a discount for you guys. Actually, I wanted to get some sort of a discount, but I'm trying my best. All right, everybody, I'll try my best. Stick around for next time. Who knows? Maybe something will happen. Not today, maybe, but throughout the week. Tom will only pay for if you. Oh yeah, thank you, Alfie. I'm saved. Yeah, if you have a BMW, yes, I will pay 10% of your new evaluation account. Wink. So, right? So I'd like to say something nice and great about this price action. And I'm trying to look for what's happening with my trading view. Okay, I'm trying I don't know why my trading view is just super slow. And I'm really trying my best to say something good. I just really can't. So the only thing we can do, and I want to do this, is just to do a quick reading. I don't even care about the London session, all right? Let's just see what happened. We spiked higher. Awesome. News candle low was taken out at 930. Okay. Okay, and then went below the midnight level, swept some fair value gaps here, nothing special. Now pushing back, and this is just a 5-minute chart. So these candles are being rejected from the midpoint of that 5-minute sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. I think, by the way, that the market is just going to keep pushing higher. That's what I think. I think NQ wants to go higher. We do have some news for the rest of the week as well. So I think the whole market sentiment, the context is just still bullish. Nothing to go, no cause to go for the downside from here. So I'm just saying this is just going to keep going higher with the big picture. That being said, there's two plans to go with this. Now it's repricing this 5-minute sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency, which means I'm going to try to go down to the 1 minute again. I see two possible targets in this one. One is going to be that 5-minute demand zone at 859, 860, and one is going to be the 1 minute supply zone at just above 24K. Now, if this is the so-called accumulation phase by ICT terms, and this is the manipulation phase, then continuous distribution could go higher above the 24K. I'm just trying to put some narratives on both sides, okay? Yeah. Is there something going on again? Abhishek is doing something. What? Four more random. Okay. You guys can do random, but you got to say some nice things about Abhishek, you know. You have to say some real nice things about Abhishek, and who says the nicest things is going to be the winner. That's what I would do, but you know, who knows? I'm just talking out loud. So if this is the accumulation, manipulation here, distribution higher and higher, it could be happening. Fish lips, good to see you here. So I'm looking for a possible inversion setup here. The problem is it's lunch hour already almost, so I'm not interested in this, and neither should you. 50 points higher. You know what? If there would be a displacement higher, then maybe you can go for that 24,006. And other than that, I would wait for a break below 920 right here. I would wait for a displacement. It's important. I told you guys, displacement below 920. Okay, so this should be plan A. And actually, I have to make it a little bit smaller. So this should be plan A, and down here would be plan B, right? Obviously. And that's it. Proper risk to reward, risk management, all the usual stuff. This is what we should be waiting for. I'm not going to take any trade on this because I already reached my daily mental capacity on this. But there you go. These are the things. Oh my God, my chair is squeaking. That means it's going to be bullish. Good luck, everybody. I don't know what you guys are up to, but awesome. No, I know what you're up to. Good luck for the future winners or anyone who participating in this. Jerson, come on. Feel better. Everybody wants to win. I know. It's my turn. It's my turn too. How come I never win? Actually, one time I did win an expert account last year. Imagine that. On MyFundedFutures Discord, I did win or was it it was a Discord stream, and I won a 150k expert account. Anyway, I have a great topic for today, and this is my plan A and plan B. Do what you want with it. Otherwise, I definitely would not enter a trade before 1 p.m. All right? Stick around. Exactly, Heather. Nicholas, hey. What does it mean? That's funny. Squeaky chair. Yes, I know. Okay, we have a displacement. Let's see if this one leaves a fair value gap, then maybe plan A could work out. I really wanted to have, I have a good topic here because I don't know if Zach Romancer is here. He was actually suggesting a great topic earlier in my stream. And I think it's just super important because it's about two basic things, which are basically two traps in trading. And I think it's just very important. We didn't really talk about it in the past couple of weeks. So we didn't really talk about it in the past couple of weeks. I just want to say that one thing is being too impulsive versus being too careful, right? It's a very, very good topic. Where is Zach Romancer? I don't know. He's not here. Anyway, I'm dedicating this topic to him because this is an amazing take. So how do you fight tilting? Carter, we're going to talk about that in this topic as well, because there's two traps. Again, being too impulsive versus being too careful. Now, we all experience the situation, right? Both of these. So I think we just have to be prepared, when we're doing the preparations. Most traders fail, not because they don't know the setups usually, but because they fail by going into one of these traps, basically they fall into these traps. And this is like the biggest issue. They're either too impulsive or they're too careful. And, you know, both is basically a waste of your time. It's a waste of time. And the worst thing about these being too impulsive or too careful is that it's basically draining your mental energy. Okay. Your mental capital, even if you're trading very impulsively, or even if you're being too careful, have you ever really thought about that it's basically draining down your mental capital, even your confidence? Okay. So what I'm trying to say is the trading game is of balance. Okay. We need to keep everything in balance, and obviously as less emotions as possible. If you're too fast, you're going to bleed. You're too slow, you're going to miss. But the cost is actually a lot more than you think. It's again going to cost you your confidence, and it's going to cost you your conviction in the trading edge, your trading edge, right? And it's going to cost you your whole mental capital. Slow and steady is good. I'm not saying like slow as of, you know, small profits or small trades. That's not it. But I'm talking about being careful. But yeah, I'm just going to go into some more details because I think this topic is really good. Thank you, Jerson. Can I participate in this one? I don't know. Too impulsive is also, yes. So trap number one is basically being too impulsive. You know, click happy trading, as I call it. What it looks like. Jumping into the trades without confirmation. Just because you think that this is going to go up to 24,000. Let's just jump into a buy, shall we? Why not? No confirmation yet. I mean, do we have a confirmation? Not really. That's the problem. It did not pick up liquidity. Yeah, there was a liquidity sweep down here. Yeah, we know. So, but, you know, it's just not picture perfect. But, you know, jumping into the trades without confirmation, trigger happy. Over trading in the chop, the usual stuff, you know. That's when we're all getting to be too impulsive. Or, you know, that many of us are doing this is moving the stops and chasing the candles. That's what I do a lot of times. I tend to chase the candles. Actually, that's one of my main issues, especially when I'm scalping. So, for example, right here, you think that it's going to go down to Asia low. Nice. You're entering a short here and boom, look what happens. So, same thing, being too impulsive. But don't worry, there's a lot more details to this. The cost is basically huge. You know, you're wasting your capital, right? I mean, trading capital, not just mental capital, but your capital. You know, death by 1,000 cuts. I told you guys this. Emotional roller coaster. The tilt is going to build up super fast. Ryan, you think we're going higher or lower? I have no idea. You know, after this, as I look back, I have no idea. Nothing. I have a plan for both upside and downside here. But there's one key element into this. I never trade any of my funded accounts during lunch hour. That's just a red flag for me. Just saying. I just put out some narratives that could be useful. Always go for the displacement. I told you guys, I think we talked about this on Monday, I think. I'm not hedging. So, you know, just have the displacement ready. So we can recon. We just wait and see. Exactly, Ryan. There's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with sitting back, relaxing. And I don't have an iced tea. I don't have my iced tea right now. You can sit back, relax, wait for plan A or plan B, obviously. This price action here, what you're seeing on the 1 minute chart, this is terrible. Even though we have a small displacement with a fair value gap here, I don't think it's just not it. If you really want to force yourself into it, you can put a limit order, which I'm definitely not advising you to do, at 958 and try to go for the supply zone. And if you try to go for it, obviously there's going to be your stop loss. Now, the good thing about this scenario is even if it goes against you and takes you out with a stop loss, you're not going to chop yourself up here. You should not be making the opposite decision. You should not be hitting the reverse button, right? Not here. So at least if you respect your position, and by the way, that's also very important, that we're going to go back to the topic. You need to respect your trade and your stop loss. You're kind of a silly word in trading to respect your stop loss, but you need to respect it. Okay. If you put it on here, I highly suggest, and this is, this is how I do it, but you should not be moving it. Especially not, go with a wider stop. You just leave it. Okay. Can you explain a little about how to accept seed day? What? Because I hear a lot of people struggling with that. Seed day. Well, green day or red day? Seed day. Chop day. What does that really mean? Can I trail my TP? I mean, if that's part of your strategy, red day. Okay. If that's part of your strategy, yeah, you can trail it, but it depends on the data that you collected, RepRealm. So go back, look for the data. If you have some, good backtesting information from your setups with trailing, then go for it. I only know that the way I backtested it, the simplest way was to leave the stop as it is, as where it is. That's the way I do it, but you don't necessarily have to do the way like that. So sweep coming, we'll see. So, oh yeah, it might be coming. The cost is obviously being too impulsive. The trade capital, right? Death by 1,000 cuts. I told that many, many times. The emotional roller coaster. The problem with the emotional roller coaster is basically that tilt is going to build up very fast. Okay, so let's just take this example. I'm not in a trade. This was not an advice. This was just a practical example how you can put up a plan A or plan B. Now, if you're in a drawdown on this example, you should be waiting for the full stop, obviously, because according to the plan, you have to make peace with the outcome, but it's very choppy. And especially because it's a chop fest, you should be waiting for the full stop in a situation like this. When the full stop happens, then you can consider plan B, but only, not immediately as you stopped out from the position, only after seeing the same situation happening to the downside. If you see a down close candle with a fair value gap, with a nice pullback, retracement into the gap, we can add like these inversion gaps up here and maybe even here. If I zoom in into the 1 minute, let me just zoom in. And this is for example. You can use this as an inversion. It's inverted this gap, now this gap. If it closes right here, which I think is going to happen, there's a very high chance that it's going to go down there and going to take out that swing low. So, but even before you're trying to close the trade, the safest way to survive this is just to wait for the full stop in this scenario. Obviously, you're not over trading. You should not be over risking on a trade like this. So I set this up on TradingView for a $50,000 account with only $100 of risk from the account. So there are some tools that can help you. It says 1.2 micro. So worst case scenario, you can still go with 2 micros and you're going to risk like, I don't know, $180, $170 on this stop. And that's how you can calculate the risk, right? What is the biggest mistake a trader does when he starts trading by your thoughts? The biggest mistake a trader does, my thoughts. Biggest mistake being, revenge trading. Revenge trading comes from impulsive decisions, being too much impulsive. Do you use seasonal tendencies? I don't, although many. I'm not really. I'm trying to look for the levels, and that's it. So being too impulsive, and by being too impulsive, the biggest mistake is to do revenge trading, not accepting the loss. That's the cause of many things. If you cannot accept the loss, let it be a very small loss, or obviously it could be a big loss. But even if you cannot accept a relatively small loss, like I'm going to say $200, even on a funded account, okay? If you cannot accept it, then most likely you're going to be impulsive in the next trade. Worst case scenario, on a situation like this where the market takes you out, you're going to push the sell button just because it took you out. You're going to say, okay, market, thank you for playing. I'm just going to press the sell button now. And there you go. And you can even make it worse where you're, sizing up. Like you went in with 2 micros, you're just going to go with 5 micros. Hell, let's go in with 1 mini. Who cares, right? I think this is the biggest mistake, in my personal opinion, that a trader can do and it's all starting from not accepting the loss. Now, it's easier to accept the loss if you only trade by your trading edge, if you only trade with your context, with your analysis. That's where all the other small things that we talked about in the past few weeks come into place. Because that should be holding you back from being impulsive. Using my example from earlier, I told you guys I broke my own rules, but I still was able to hold myself back. I entered the sell, then I changed my mind. I entered the long, and it stopped me out. I completely messed up, but I was already down for a substantial amount. And that was my final trigger, final red flag. Like, okay, bad decisions. Actually, the first decision was good. The second decision for closing the trade, and the third for entering the opposite direction, that was a bad decision. I shouldn't have done that. And that caused me a drawdown. And that number of drawdown, like dollar-wise, on that specific funded account, I was like, okay, we are stopping. That's it. And I couldn't have done this like 2 years ago. I burned myself so many times. Yes, I still blow up funded accounts. It still happens. But definitely just a fraction of a time that it happened like 2 years ago, for example. Rap Realm, sorry, I wasn't really reading. Am I a ghost? No, I'm sorry. What were you asking something? I don't know. I missed your question. Rap Realm, tag me with the question and I will not miss it. So I'm just saying that this is, and thank you for the question, by the way. This is the biggest mistake. And this is actually comes from being too impulsive, and being too impulsive comes from the fact that you cannot accept the loss. Yoda, hey, good to see you. What's up? So, yeah. Anyway, the problem with being too impulsive is that you're destroying your confidence, okay? You cannot trust yourself. It's so easy to destroy your confidence. It's very fragile, okay? It's very, very fragile. You work for weeks, even for months, to build your confidence, to build your trading conviction. And if you start to do, I'm sorry, I'm going to say it, some stupid mistakes, stupid decisions, and maybe not just one trade. So don't define yourself by one trade. I said this yesterday. You're doing a stupid decision. And by the way, this narrative here, which I explained of what I did, so the whole scenario that happened to me here, I consider this as one scenario. Okay. So this scenario that led to my losses, this is not going to define of how I'm going to continue tomorrow or next week. I still have a very strong conviction. But why? Because I learned not repeating the same mistakes again. I'm not going to do the same mistakes again. I mean, not as often as I did. Okay. Sometimes it happens. It's part of the game. Is there going to be some news? Let me know. So I told you guys to be in very, very good terms, relationship, friendship, with Abhishek. He's the one who makes these decisions. I don't know what's happening, by the way, but oh, it was voting. Okay. So anyway, back to the impulsive things. So every impulsive click buys you dopamine. We all know that, right? But sells your discipline. That would be the mic drop line, okay? So every impulsive click is going to buy you dopamine, but it's going to sell your discipline. That's the exchange, how it works. Dopamine for discipline. That's how it works. So if you want to be impulsive, you jump into a sell position and in a situation like this, and that's not good. Actually, let me get this off here. And obviously, there's the other thing. If you're being too careful, right? We learn politics too. Yeah. So exactly. I'm not going to comment on politics. So the other thing is being too careful. Okay. Now, what it really looks like is like we're over analyzing every tick. Analysis paralysis. That's the other thing. So being careful is not, trading small. You can still trade small and be consistent. I don't remember who was asking about that earlier, but so being careful, it's not exactly the same as trading small size, but being consistent. Being careful, the paralyzed trading, analysis paralysis, over-analyzing every tick, over-analyzing every 1 minute candle, every 1 minute candle. That's just going to drive everybody crazy. I'm sorry to say that, but yeah, this is just not possible. There's nothing wrong with analyzing candlestick patterns maybe on the 5-15 minute candle. Time frame. I would say it works even better on the 30-minute, 1 hour chart, but there's the form. So yeah, and you're having all those indicators maybe on your chart. You're having all those lines, all those levels. You're having like your chart basically looks like a spaghetti. It's all over everything. Not good. Absolutely not good. You're going to be missing A+ setups because of fear, by the way. Especially on your first trade on the funded account. We yesterday talked about this, I'm not talking about that specific topic, but I'm going to have it for tomorrow. Okay. I still have to come up with the lines about that. But if you're in the state of fear, you're scared of what the market is going to do, then obviously, even if you're starting out on your funded account and you're feeling scared or you have that fear, before clicking the button, obviously you still need to work a lot on your confidence. If you have that scarcity, if you're very anxious or you have that fear, I would strongly advise you to try to go maybe for even one more evaluation account, or maybe just start your funded account by trading just one single micro, because that's a big problem. If you're starting your funded account with that fear, one thing that you're going to miss the A+ setups. Okay. And because you're going to miss a lot of A+ setups because you're scared, sooner or later, that impulsiveness is going to come around and you're going to push the button in a certain setup where the conditions are absolutely bad. I don't have pro account. I have scale account funded. Pro account is good too. I'm going to work on new pro accounts, by the way. I like the scale account too. So one thing comes from the other. Everything is connected. Ben, I'm experimenting currently with volume bars. That's good too. I mean, there's some strategies out there using the volume, so nothing wrong with that. Obviously, if you're being too careful, you're always going to wait for the perfect entry. That's also a problem. There's no such thing as even the unicorn setups, like the super perfect A+++ setup. Yes, sometimes it happens, but waiting for those setups, yes, there could be winners. Yes, I know, but obviously you're still missing out some movement during the day, during the session. Just because one candle is not exactly looks like what you were looking for, or just because the retracement or the pullback missed the entry point with a few ticks, whatever. I learned that, by the way, that looking for the perfect entry is not going to be enough. Yeah, I try to look for the perfect entry, obviously. My entries, by the way, I usually late, at least with a few points. But as long as the risk to reward ratio is good, like, who cares? That's still good, right? The cost of being too careful, by the way, is that you're going to waste a lot of time, okay? Hours of watching the chart, no execution. I'm doing that too. If I need to, if I don't have a plan, there's nothing wrong for me for watching the chart for 2 hours. But I know what I'm looking for. If I see that setup developing, I'm just going to go in and with the proper size and let's go for it, right? And obviously, being more impulsive than being careful is much more common. So it's rare to see more careful traders, by the way, and that's my opinion. Yes, and entry is a little bit late. Yeah, so exactly, Pigeon saw that. So my entries are usually late, but as long as I can have a good risk to reward, a positive risk to reward ratio, I can go for it. I'm okay with the risk. Okay. But yeah, usually it's rare to see those traders who are not going to take a trade because they're just scared, right? At least that's what I see all over social media and you know, in the trading space. And because of that, obviously you're going to lose opportunities. You know, you're only going to get a few clean setups maybe during the week. But that's why I think being impulsive is just, you know, it's more often it happens, right? And obviously you're going to be drained mentally. It feels like you traded, but actually you didn't trade. But it works in the opposite way too. Like if you're scared, if you're being too careful, it's still going to cost you the same mental energy. But the problem at the end of the day, when you reflect, like what happened throughout the day, you're just going to say, okay, like I'm good because, you know, I didn't take any trade, but there was a good A+ setup. I didn't take that. You know, it's easy to look back and say that, okay, there was a good setup, but I didn't take it. That's going to build up more scarcity. That's going to destroy your confidence also in the long run. If you do the reflections at the end of the day, right? Sometimes I don't enter if my entry is late, but I learned from you that I could lower my size. Exactly. You can still lower your size. And as I said, determine your stop loss, predetermine your stop loss. And if the risk to reward ratio is still positive, then go for it. Hey, Altan, thank you for asking. I'm good. Energized. And still no iced tea. So as long as you have the range, as long as you have a positive risk to reward ratio, take the trade. If you believe, if your conviction is strong, if you believe in your analysis, that's why I'm saying, you can put this on the scorecard as well. Was my analysis correct? Put this on your scorecard. If you believe in your analysis, if you look back on your journal, I know everybody's journaling, right? Wink. Everybody here in the chat is journaling every day, right? But if you look back and answer to this one single question, if you hate journaling, if you don't like journaling, if you don't like reflecting, you're going to have a much longer journey, in my opinion. But at least ask this simple question: was my analysis correct? At the end of the day, analysis I mean like your levels. Let it be a trend line, a pivot point, like your anticipation that you were waiting throughout the day or the session. If you have your answer, that's going to help you build up your conviction, your confidence, right? And, when you look back at the day and you're asking and you're saying like, okay, I didn't take a trade, but not because I was scared, but because the market didn't go into my direction, did not go in that direction that I anticipated originally. Okay. Journaling is everybody I know. By the way, I really don't want to point out anyone here. Obviously, there's a saying in Hungary. I cannot really translate it to English. Like, if it's not your shirt, don't take it. Okay, I just can't say it otherwise. But I know lots of you guys are smiling like, journaling. Who cares? You can call it journaling. You can call it reflecting on your day, reflecting on your week. If you're not doing it, you're missing out a lot of data, lots of information. You would not imagine how many things you're missing with that. But anyway, moving on. I just want to say that being too careful is just fear dressed up as discipline. Okay. And that's why I told you guys it's going to destroy your confidence, your discipline, because I didn't trade today, but you didn't trade because you were so scared. You overanalyzed the market. And as you look back, you can see how many great setups were there. And it's just not good. You're going to sell your discipline at the end. Okay. Anyway, moving on. Obviously, there is a middle ground. I know there is a middle ground to this. The sweet spot, right? As we all know it. Whenever I feel lost, I just start to read my journals. It's helpful. Exactly. So there's a sweet spot to this, right? The usual boring stuff, which I told you guys already, right? Prepare your levels and scenarios pre-market, okay? Pre-market. I'm going to repeat this 10 million times. Pre-market analysis. Prepare your levels and the plan, the game plan. If you have a plan to go long, great. Have your plan even marked up on the chart. And by the way, this plan looks good here. Look at this. Plan A actually failed. Kind of interesting, by the way, to say. Plan A is a no-go. Plan B, let's look at Plan B for a second here, okay? Plan B, hold on. There's a fair value gap up there. I know it's not a significant level, but look at that. Down close candle here. That's basically, let's just call it structure shift, all right? All right, let's call it structure shift. So we're heading for Asia low. You can do two things. You can be super aggressive, take a limit order from here. You can target Asia low and put your risk to reward up there, 1.5. Boom. That's the limit order. Or you can be super aggressive and enter a market order here, and you can still go with, I don't know, like still a 1-to-1 risk to reward ratio. Look at that. That's Plan B. Now, the good thing is this, that obviously you lost on plan A, but you have plan B. You know what? If you lose plan B as well in this scenario, the good thing, drum roll, the good thing, you don't have to trade anymore throughout the day. You're done. You are done for the day. That's the good part. How awesome is that? Low-hanging fruit would be the Asia low, by the way. So I always try to go for the low-hanging fruit. Significant level here would be the 877 Asia low. Plan A failed. Actually, this wasn't even a good entry. I told you guys this is not a good displacement at all. But anyway, because we are super aggressive, Plan A failed. Plan B. If Plan B fails as well, cool. Then you can walk away from the chart. So awesome, right? That's why I like it. That's why I like this. So regarding to this, there is also a sweet spot. As I said, pre-analysis, pre-market analysis, all right? Wait for the confirmations, not the vibes, you know, not that 6 cents or whatever it is. That's in itself, it's a good thing, but I mean, it's a good layer of confidence, but that's just not it. That would be purely discretionary trading, and I believe that if someone is doing that, like, I mean, that requires a lot of experience. Okay, that's a lot of experience, in my personal opinion. So the Rocket Scooter fam is here already. Okay, so and also the sweet spot, you know, once your setup triggers, pull the trigger without hesitation. Don't forget that, okay? If you see your setup, execute that trade. Ash was talking about also the Mark Douglas books. I'm saying it as well. You know, if you see your edge playing out, your edge is basically your game plan playing out. The only thing you need to do is execute the trade. That is it. There's the limit order right now. Limit entry triggered. Okay? So if you were patient enough, there's your limit entry, and your risk to reward ratio, I mean, you're still above 1 at this area, and you can target the Asia low, and you can survive this. So your job, exactly, no ZQ, sorry. Your job is to execute the plan. Plan A failed. Awesome. 1 down. 1 more to go. I'm still good to go with plan B. Okay, we're just executing plan B. If plan B is not going to work out, you're done for the day. And because you applied proper risk management, when you do the scorecard at the end of the day, it's going to be a winning day. It's going to be a winning day even if you lost 2 trades in a row, because you did everything according to your plan. You did the proper risk management. You waited for the trade to come into your way. You had your levels up there. You did everything what you could. Trader Age, Tom, please tell the guys again to share the stream and remind Matt also to do the same. Okay, yeah, everybody, come on. Do I really need to say this? Share the stream. Hey, Mark, hey there. Thank you. I see the Rocket Scooter fam. I love you guys. Don't tell this to Matt, but I love you guys. Matt is gonna think I'm gonna steal his people. You know, I know you guys are addicted to Matt. I know he's like a big celebrity, but I'm just trying to, you know, fill the gap here. Which I'm super, by the way, I said this, I will say it. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm always grateful to be here and share this stuff. So anyway, we're talking about the sweet spot. And yeah, so the edge is in waiting with patience, right? And striking with conviction. Ta-da, right? That would be the mic drop here. Waiting with patience, striking with convictions. With conviction, basically. If you're too impulsive, obviously set a trade cap, right? Force yourself to journal each setup. I know it's a lot of energy. If you're very impulsive, try to journal as many setups And you know what? Even before you enter, try to journal the trade. Force it. Write it down. I'm going to enter when this is going to go here and here. Use a timer, by the way. If you're very impulsive, you can't hold yourself back from making like 10, 20 trades in a session. At least use a timer or something like, okay, that was a fail. I'm going to wait for 5 minutes. I don't know. You have to slow down, okay? You have to do something. But if you're too careful, obviously use small size, reduces the fear. That was one of the aha moments for me, okay? When I sized down from the minis last year, that's when everything started to turn around. That was the biggest turning point when I sized down, reducing the fear. And it's going to build confidence. Commit to taking less trades. I know everybody's saying take 1 trade per session. Yeah, take 1 trade per session, or at least take 2 or 3 trades per session. Okay, that's it. No more. That's also going to, yeah, yeah, exactly. Exactly. One or two. So that's also going to build up confidence. All right. Journal. You can journal the missed trades, by the way. You can track it. Even the missed trades, you can journal it and you can learn from it. Like, why did I miss this trade? Anyway, impulsive traders need a break, and over careful traders need some gas. Need some dopamine, yeah. But you gotta find that middle way somewhere. Anyway, oh my gosh, my time is technically up. There were some takeaways I wanted to share with you guys, but I'm gonna have a different topic for tomorrow. It was I think it was an interesting topic. Being too impulsive, being too careful. You just don't do the gambling stuff. Play within the rules, all the usual things. If you have some quick questions, let me know. I know Matt is going to come around in any minute, but I'll be happy to stay here with you guys until he arrives. I got to be prepared with the shades. It's just a thing. So I just want to say to you guys again that I'm very grateful. I'm very grateful for everything. Hey, Fish Lips, thank you. Fish Lips is learning Hungarian. I know that. So I really enjoy talking about these topics. Talking about this every day with you guys actually helps me as well a lot. It builds up a lot of confidence, and it builds up. I'm feeling a little bit more accountable towards you guys. Even on my channel. So I try to do less crazy stuff. Although in my YouTube channel, we used to do the crazy stuff. So if anyone wants to join, there's my YouTube handle up there. I stream every day, London and New York. So you're welcome to join. But yeah, it really makes me more accountable. And being here with you guys, it helps me to build discipline. Yeah, it helps to build more discipline. Here it goes. Yes.
What's up, guys?
It's happening, everyone. He's here. Yes.
What's up, guys? How are y'all doing?
Yeah. Everyone is ready for you, Matt. Everybody was waiting for you. Keep asking, like, where is Matt? Where is Matt? I was like, don't worry. He's going to come. Don't worry. He'll be here.
How y'all doing, man?
Doing great. Again, a crazy market today as well. How you doing?
Pretty good.
Pretty good? All right.
Yeah, it's been a great day. I remember I telling you guys all week I was trying to get ahead of the news, and that the market was going to rally on every dip, and everybody can't wait to long this because of the 50 basis point cut, yada yada. So I longed the news, something I don't normally do, but this time I had really strong conviction, and I got the bump to the upside, which is great.
Nice. That's great. That's awesome. I was trying to figure this out myself. The only thing I was hoping for to maybe break that 24K, but before the news, I got flat. So obviously we spiked higher. And ever since then, I'm just not sure what to think about this whole situation. Kind of a sideways action for me. I don't see any significant levels. Maybe throughout the week we have something, but it's just really hard for me to trade at all-time highs here. Like, where do we go? I don't know.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
I've been sort of having the same thought, is how comfortable am I continuing to long the market even at highs? And my thought's always been, I keep going at it until the market proves me wrong. I always try to interrupt myself by, the trick is to look at a monthly chart of the SPX over the last 100 years. And you could pick any point in the middle of it as it's gone straight up and said, man, I'd be uncomfortable longing at the highs, and realize the whole way up over 100 years was always longing at a high. So
yeah,
that always reminds me there is no top to the market.
Like, well, okay. It seems like there is no top, that's for sure. This one is just, everything just keeps going higher. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. I haven't even checked the PPI numbers that much. It was not too good news, right? It was a bit more negative than usual, or what expected, right? I haven't checked it really. But yeah, hard to say anything. All right. I cannot really stay. I would love to stay, but I have to run some errands again. So I got to say goodbye now, chat and everybody. It was a great session. It was good to be here. Thank you so much. And listen to Matt and stick around as usual. And Matt, I wish you a great session again. And lots of W's in the chat for you. And see you tomorrow, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. Cheers, everybody. See you guys.
Here. Great show, Tom. All right. All right. How you guys doing? I got a bunch of things going on right now. I got like Best Buy over here trying to install a TV, because the last 2 TVs they brought us were whack. So like now this is the third time's the charm. Hopefully this one doesn't suck. So I'm trying to manage all that and everything and dealing with that. How are you guys doing today? Yeah, I longed before the news, and I grabbed the bump up. I knew market was try again. You know, the last month of trading has taught us 2 things about this market. Number one is that Powell has all the control here to shift the narrative around. That's the only bad news we're staring at, is the inflation and tariffs. And this is where, you know, you're going to listen to Powell and tell you their motivations. I gave you guys a whole speech the last 2 days about getting ahead is the most important thing in understanding people's motivations. The motivations are, when I stare at this chart right here, the Fed Watch, which tells me the probabilities of the rate cuts we're going to get. Fed Watch literally telling me that 10% of people are betting on a 50 basis point cut. That's huge. 2 months ago, 40% of people didn't think we got to cut at all. So this is what I'm saying, is that right now there's a whole subset of people that used to be in the no cut category that are now dispersed between the two. Do we get one cut of 25 or one cut of 50? These people can't even figure out where to get in on the long side. And the idea is that every bad news event that we're going to get is good news. The worse the labor market is, the higher the probability you're going to get that rate cut. I've been watching these numbers shift around all day. It's 10%, 12% earlier. I mean, it's moving around a little bit. This is updates in real time. Got to refresh it though to get it. But even with the PPI numbers coming in actually better than expected, which I'm going to really quick, those PPI numbers came in slightly down. And why is it like up and then it's down, then it's up and then it's down? Well, this has to do with like basically production and how production works. There are people bought a whole bunch of stuff to get ahead of the tariffs, and then now they're producing a whole bunch. Now they're stuffed on inventories, and now they're trying to clear that inventory out to get the ball rolling. Maybe prices aren't as much anymore because they got to get the inventory moving, so they lowered prices. Who knows what the producers are doing? But it's up, then it's down. It's probably going to be up again as long as the tariffs remain over time. But either case, right, the somewhat nature of it being better than expected, people are sort of thinking, okay, well, good news is bad news and bad news is good. Powell's likely going to cut rates faster to save the job market. And so if the job market is that way, coming with the revision numbers that we had where everything looked great. Now the PPI numbers look good, and Wall Street's perception is the smart traders are the ones that longed into that, thinking, okay, well, Powell's basically ignoring tariffs, ignoring inflation. It's no longer considered. So the inflation numbers are actually good. This long bet has everything to do with the economy in general, not Powell. The short bet off of that tail end were people that are like, bad news is good news and good news is bad news. I'm not the person that thinks good news is bad news. I think good news is also good news. I think Powell's hand is tied no matter what comes out. This is exactly how I feel. Is that no matter what, we're going to get some rate cuts. And if the good news comes out, like tariff-wise or inflation-wise, the economy is going to benefit from that. And the stock market's going to grow despite the Fed. So the only really thing that I can see that's going to shock Wall Street is the idea that the jobs market is magically healing itself and the Fed is no longer needed, which is also bullish for the economy. So in no scenario do I see a bear market playing out. In general, it's kind of like good news is great for the economy and bad news is great for the Fed putting some hype into the stock market. So we're kind of sitting here and waiting for that. How are you guys doing today? Job a good trading day? Those are some nice straight lines. You like that? I'm really good at drawing straight lines. That's definitely not me drawing. The pen tool actually is lagging. So when I do this, it lags and draws a straight line. When you draw it really fast, it draws a straight line. So if you draw it slow enough, it's going to read in real time. But see how it kind of skips? When you move it fast enough, it makes a straight line. I don't know if it's supposed to do that. Maybe it's supposed to do that. I don't know. But I've noticed whenever I draw like at a normal pace, it's like this. But when I zip it across, it's straight. And maybe that's a glitch. Maybe that's expected. You blew a funded in this trash today. It's been a little crazy. I think the problem is a lot of people chase at the high. I was long and then I closed and then I waited. Then I took some scalps and now I'm playing really small, like right here on the border. I'm not really kind of taking too much risk on this one. Do I think the market's going to sell off and die today? I don't think it's going to sell off and die. I think at best case scenario, we do fill the gap right here. On the close side, we end up here and then we support, I would say, end of the day here. But our resilience numbers have been negative for the most part of the morning with some, or at least the most part of, I guess, here. So the gap fill is more likely than the rally from here, which I don't like the trade that I'm in. As a matter of fact, I'm actually close that out. I'm going to chill on this one for a little bit. And wait, let me go ahead and do that. And I'm going to play again right at the open. So as soon as right at the gap fill. So I did have a babysitting long that I bought all day. I literally bought here and I've been sitting on it all day. Now I kind of threw it away. So I'm going to wait. Today on NASDAQ, about 867, 907 is that dip to pull on. S&P, I'm looking for that gap to fill for S&P also to be where I actually want to do another long trade, at least a bigger, better long trade from here. I was still hoping we would hold this, but I don't really know. Actually, you know what? I'm not going to be a wuss. I just noticed this. Do I want to take this? Okay, I'm going to convince myself that I was right by sitting out. Okay, I'm going to chill on this. So I had like basically most of my accounts. I took the long out the door on the news and like I think 3 of the accounts, something like that. They were some big ups. And then the rest of them I grabbed some of the dips on and scalped against, and that's basically it. All right, guys, there's a flash form on the screen. One second. Did y'all get in on that? Make sure you guys get in on that form there. No, I'm not entering the form. No. I've got them downstairs installing a new TV. We got a TV. It was a dud. We got another TV. It was a dud. Samsung is the worst quality control of TV. Samsung is literally hit or miss, especially in the high-end TVs. Like we got like a $6,000-$7,000 TV or something, and it was a dud. We got another one. It was a bigger dud. Now we're going to LG. And we're saying screw Samsung. And now they're trying to drill new holes to mount the new TV. They forgot our cable. I mean, it's a nightmare. Like these guys completely dropped the ball. Samsung dropped the ball, and Best Buy also dropped the ball. They lost their order. They're like, we never ordered the cable, the HDMI cable you needed. HDMI cable was almost $400. Can you believe it? A cable. The super high-end movie theater quality lossless cable, freaking $400. Yeah, LG all the way. Yeah, Samsung, absolutely no go. Samsung's horrible. Horrible. The question is, what about NASDAQ? What's NASDAQ doing here? What was horrible about it? It would reset every 5 minutes. Sometimes I'm watching TV, it would just reboot randomly. It reboot. You plug in a Nintendo Switch 2, you can't even play it more than 10 minutes. It just reboots. Reboot. You wished LG never left the phone game? Really? I didn't know LG was no longer making phones. I have not been out of the Apple ecosystem for a while. You got a whole basket of cables for $100? I know. I was like, well, when I bought the TV and I bought like the nice receiver and the whole movie theater, it's the movie theater stuff, right? So it's like, high end, whatever. And I'm like, I got some HDMI cables, and the guy's like, no, you don't want those for this. You wouldn't buy, 20, you wouldn't buy like a car and put, shitty gasoline in it. It's like, okay, I get it. Like you wouldn't pay this much for the receiver and the speakers and all that stuff, and then put some like Amazon cables in there. They were almost like snobs about it. I was like, all right, I'll buy the expensive cable. Mofo forgot to order it. He's like, well, it's on back order. We'll order it for you. And then now they're like, well, we never paid for the cable. We never bought it. I'm like, here's the receipt. We bought it. This is what it's like. They had one job, which is get the cable in. So anyways, they're going to have to come out for like the 5th time. They've been out 4 times already. It's been crazy. LG is rebranding to Let's Fucking Go. I love it. LFG. Love it. But yeah. Great TVs, but terrible TV app software. Yeah, like Samsung had great TV app software. And I found with Samsung, you just have to order a TV and cross your fingers. And a lot of people are like, yeah, I've already made like 3 TVs before I got one that worked. It's like they got like one assembly line worker who just is doing something wrong. And what's happening, I've been researching this, is that like on the LED side, some of the LED strips are shorted or whatever, and it's causing like causing the TV to reboot because it's not detecting that the TV's on or something. I don't know. I read something about it. Some guy was like, here's a hack on how I fix my Samsung TV. He took it apart and put duct tape over some of the contacts, and then it automatically started working. It was weird how it was working. Anyway, guys, I use pencil tone screen. I use Epic Pen. So don't forget to hit the like button, you guys. We have 300 likes, it looks like, on the stream. Hold on a second. All right, guys, thank you for smashing that. Sorry, yeah, so I'm like coordinating all this stuff and everything while we're chilling here. All right, so today I'm looking for a long trade. I don't have good confirmation on it, but I definitely am not shorting this. And I kind of like the idea. I'm kind of convincing myself that I don't want to like go against my greater judgment and maybe still, although the indicator is pointing at a gap fill, especially on QQQ, I still am somewhat bullish-ish even from here. This is telling me to trade small. Liquidity map is telling me to trade long. I'm thinking on if I do get any dip here, I'm gonna go ahead and take the long on it. When I told you guys all week that VIX was going to be very insensitive to the news, or VIX is going to say the market's very not sensitive to the news, I really meant it, right? Our little magic VIX number, contango midpoint, VIX has been just dancing below it and then pressing even lower without being a really big excursion on the market. We haven't really dropped really fast. Nothing's been crazy. And that's what I'm looking for. So today, VIX went up just a little tiny bit, and then there's been no movement. Even on this downside move that we've just had, you can see the volatility is barely moving, and that is an effect of being below this contango midpoint. So because of that, I'm not believing that the market's going to be extremely volatile. So any quick dip or something is something I'm going to load up on and take a long on, just to bet that we ultimately come better. I'm basically trying to get ahead of the stocks moving. So while the stock signal is pretty bad, I'm going to get ahead of the stocks practically picking up some steam here. So the way I look at it is I'm keeping an eye on the big tech. We were rotating this morning a little bit. Tech is sort of, Apple's pulling back, Amazon's pulling back. It was not getting a lot of steam to pick up some momentum, but everything else is looking pretty good. That's my motivation to kind of still sort of, attack this. I think that the obvious bet is to sell the news, but I think that the idea is that I think the hidden bulls are there and they're going to attack this. I really do. So what do I want to do? Do I want to take a long here in this account though? I'm debating. Should I? I do want to trade the NASDAQ. I want to bet that the S&P holds half gap. I want to take it with NASDAQ because I feel like NASDAQ is the one that has the more opportunity, with the tech stop being what's pulling back. So I don't know. Maybe I'll be a maverick here. I just have a feel about this one, even though the market does want to fill the gap here. I definitely want to put a 2 contract long on NASDAQ here. So what I'm going to do is S&P by proxy is at its support point, and NASDAQ by proxy, or NASDAQ directly, is here. This is an S&P bounce point where I'm marking right here. This is a NASDAQ bounce point here. So I might want to just put 1 contract and chill on it. That can be down $800 if I'm wrong and drop in the 40 points to here. I'll plus 1 there and I'll plus 1 there just to catch along somewhere in here to bet that the stocks move higher and that we end up here. This is kind of what I'm thinking. Now, why not? Like, I just want to be in on the long. We've been selling since the market has opened. And I feel like the market, while it did try to pick up some steam here, the tech stocks are pulling back. And I feel like this is the moment they're going to move. Maybe my timing is good. Maybe hopefully I got in at the right spot. The minute I put in, it started moving. So we'll see. See if I get lucky on this. I don't know. Maybe the world's luckiest guy. Maybe I'm the world's unluckiest guy though too. Let's knock on wood. Hopefully we don't get squeezed out of this one. All right. So, so far so good. I mean, that S&P half gap, when I turn to S&P, looked pretty okay. One of the problems too is that VIX is also bullish today. VIX, at least VIX instruments. UVXY is one we look at a lot with liquidity maps. It sort of is bullish. So be careful that the VIX does not start to move higher, which means the market can drop pretty quick. The volatility somehow appears in here, but I don't think it's going to be that bad. I really don't. Now, if this comes out of nowhere with a giant red candle, like, giant FU candle comes out and squeezes me, 1 contract is enough to hold through whatever, $800 if it's here. And I can average down in here to get a cost basis well below the half gap, which should be good because it's not really that negative. It's pretty much close to zero. And that's decent enough for it just to be one company. All we need is one tech company to rally for this to go up here. Being -6 and -8 on a scale of -100 to 100 is basically almost zero. So it's not going to take much. Any company that's bullish will move this over the edge. And And that's why I'm like, while the signal is bad, I don't necessarily use that as a shorting signal to fill the gap, although it is possible, like a 60-40 probability. I still always err to the bull side when the market is bullish. And I just bet smaller when I have the anti-influence to go with it. You haven't traded in 2 weeks because you're traumatized? Oh, man. Well, it's always good to sit out. You know, being traumatized is never good. But it's always good to sit out if you feel a certain way about the market, you know? Like, I would say better safe than sorry. If your emotions, I always tell people, number one thing is if your emotions aren't there and you're feeling any sort of way, you should always sit out. If you're feeling too happy, too eager, too whatever, always sit out. Always sit out. You want to be kind of like an emotionless robot. So. All right, cool. So you guys wish me luck. Maybe on the trade, but more along the lines that I get the TV situation figured out. It's been nuts. We ordered our TV like the last week of June. It's now almost middle of September. And we're finally getting everything settled. So hopefully LG TV is good. It looked good at the store. I don't know. It's their top of the line one. That's the Samsung one was great because it had like a matte finish, which I love. I hate shiny TVs. And this was like a beautiful matte finish and still looked great. It was the only one that has that. You know, you don't see that a lot out there. And I was excited to have like a really nice QLED with a matte finish. But QLED, I'm just sort of at odds with. Tired of it. Yep, I grabbed a long position a second ago, or about a minute ago. Or actually 5 minutes ago. Let's roll it, baby. Let's push. Push it. Push it higher. Can you take me higher? Yes, I'm long. Top right side of the screen. You can see at the top right where the DOM is. You see the little green here? I wonder if I can have the DOMs like display my profit like maybe like if it was like, can't you put in trade debate like green and red on the sides? I think that's possible. Let me see if I can do that in the settings. Where are the settings on this? Make it easier. Let me figure this out. Settings. Show estimated P&L. Is that where it does it? Aha. Hold on. Let me make this bigger. I can show that really quick. Settings. That way you guys can see it better. Show estimated P&L. Is that it? Show P&L and ticks. There we go. Is that better? That's easier to see. With all the green there on the side. Is that easier to see that I'm in a trade now? Because I guess it's small on the side of the screen. Okay. Trade of 8 is so unstable. Don't mess with any settings. You can blow up your settings that way. Yeah, Trade of 8 is fairly unstable. The browser version of it crashes for me like 5 times a day. It's crazy. How do you use the Trade of 8 group copier? You make a group and you assign it certain accounts, and then you trade in one of the accounts. And the multiple has to be, or the amount of contracts you trade has to be a multiple of the number of accounts. Like if you group 7 together, you can only trade in lots of 7, 14, 21, etc. It's actually pretty decent. It's a little nightmarish to manage. Like if you like change one account out or you blow up one, you got to put it back in. You got to kind of remake the groups. It's kind of annoying, but yo, let's go. $500 up. And you know, it's cool that you guys are on the stream. You know, get to see me make a trade. Sometimes at lunch is not really a trading opportunity. That was a good feel on this one that we'd hold at half cap. Again, this is my support pivot. I don't have the agreeance of the stocks that it's going to be, that it's going to move and rally. But the idea is I'm still betting that the stocks are going to move higher. Anytime resilience is like close to like 0, between 0 and -10, I still err to the bull side when all the greater indicators are bullish. Bull bear bias ratio, call it DD, is 76% of market cap is bullish, which is good. Monthly map is bullish, which is good. SPY's monthly gamma exposure is positive, so long hedging into the monthly options exposure. Bull. So that was it's pretty good timing on that. Not bad for one contract. $450. That S&P wasn't moving that much, but Nasdaq was moving. A little bit lower. S&P sort of fell to pivot, but Nasdaq is sort of like overshot down here. Now, again, the indicator is telling me there's only a 40%, pretty much. We say 40% is about it. Then we do this. And about 60% we do this. So why am I taking the lower probability move? Because the greater market is bullish. While the intraday, this could dip, but then catch up to the greater market being bullish over time. That's what I'm betting on. So the idea is when I take the split bet like this, I want the low probability move for the greater market. The greater market is a higher probability move that we're bullish. We might fill the gap and then bounce, but because of that, I'm in one contract long. And in case it dips, I can add a few more to grab the bigger trend up. So I'm basically trading both focuses at once. Taking the lower probability bet in the middle with the least confluence. If these indicators are positive, I might hit this with like 2 or 3, something slightly bigger. Yeah. That's it. I longed when S&P touched half cap. That's it. But by proxy trade, I wanted to get in on NASDAQ instead at the same point in time because the NASDAQ stocks are the ones that haven't moved yet. Those are the ones that have the opportunities. I think NASDAQ is the one that's lagging behind everything. And with them being tit for tat, I feel like NASDAQ's the one that's going to move. All the tech stocks are down, but down near support. So I think that they're the ones that can possibly move. And when all of the tech sector is up, the Mag 7 is pretty much down. Like tech is, because comms are down, right? When I say tech, we always mean some of the telecoms like Alphabet and you got Meta up there, Netflix up there. And while tech is also a big part of the weight, tech is definitely NVIDIA, Microsoft, Apple doing good. I'm thinking, okay, maybe some of the ones that are lagging behind are going to be some of the communications and such that might actually pick up a bid. It's only going to take one Apple to make this rally, right? Apple, pretty bad in no man's land. Meta, pretty bad, right? In no man's land. Tesla's okay. Google's great. NVIDIA's great. Apple's great. Apple. Amazon, bad. Sorry. Apple, bad. Amazon, bad. Meta, bad. So it's only going to take a couple of stocks to get this moving. So I'm pretty excited about it. Like I said, it takes a lot to shake me out of being a bull. So technically speaking, this is the resistance that I could experience. I could take this 500-point scalp and pocket it. I can hold for the end of the day. All right, chat. I'll let you decide. Should I be a maverick and hold for the end of the day, or should I take $500 of profit and call it? What should I do? Should I hold? Hold? Take the money and run. I'm targeting a 2-step trade in longs. Number 1, either A, stocks start to rally, get above that 0 line, and therefore we fill the gap, and then some. Step number 2 is I long from here. I'm going to long again if we bounce at the close because that'll be the low of the day. And then hopefully we rally off of that. Diamond hands, don't be greedy. Okay, I'm glad I held. Okay, that's cool too. Well, all right. I'm glad I listened to you guys. All right. Well, I don't know what's going on. Let's see what's going on in the news. Anybody's talking or something. All right. Well, looks like my timing was good. Well. Okay, let's get this. Where does my finish do? See what's going on here. All right. Hopefully that doesn't turn into a sell event. Let's read this. Anything going on here? Bond auctions. Oh, well, we did the 10-year auction today. Dude, yields. Oh, okay. That's actually very bullish for the stock market. The yields coming down in bonds. It means people are jumping back in the stock market. Now, again, the bond auction is going to be pretty big, knowing the PPI is coming out, showing the inflation is down. And I thought that the yields would go. Hold on, wait. The yields would go down because people be rushing into bond trades because the inflation was down, but it doesn't seem like people seem to care. A little bit of a dump side on the treasury note. Let's put the ZN on here. Should be pulling back a little tiny bit. Maybe this is going to be a sell event. I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, it's not really moving. The bonds and stocks or bonds and prices are detached from what the auction would show. Well, let's see if the half gap holds. Let's see if we get some movement. There's some stocks broke MHP. Let's see which stock that was. This yellow line moving up higher. Here's the way to do it. Go to Scanner, go to Rocket Scooter. Let's look at stocks that are above MHP to the upside. Let's search by distance. Who was it that started moving? Which one of you did it, guys? Who is it? Where's the big one? A lot of stocks started moving. We had a lot of MHP breaks to the upside. This orange line moving up. So I got to see which stocks are starting to move. I guess none of the big techs though. Let's sort by volume and see who is doing it. That was a pretty big move. Okay. Oh, here we go. Come on, platform, show it. Why are you not sorting? Like a delay or something. Oh, there it is. Okay, here we go. Volume. There it is. Okay. Oh, it's in, okay, not NVIDIA. Who is it that's closest? AMD. Okay, AMD is moving around the edge. Intel and AMD. Who else just broke to the upside? HYG, that's the high yield debt. SPXU. No, I'm looking for stocks. Microsoft. No, nothing else. AT&T just broke. Res is moving higher a little bit here. Not as much on Nasdaq. So it wasn't big tech stocks. It was just a mix of everything. A lot of moves. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, it wasn't one of the big techs that did this. It was actually a big burst of everything. Right at the little bit after the bond auction came through. Bond, covalent bond. That's funny. Bond. Hydrogen bond. All right, let's get a big pop. Let's go to 980 today. How about that? That's my target. Can we hit that 980, 990, somewhere in there? Back up to the equilibrium from this morning. All things say that I probably should not be super greedy on this, but it is just one contract from here. If it sells all the way back, then I can just always stop flat. No big deal. $400 is not enough to like really care too much. Wonder what's going on with Russell today. Very important to kind of check this. BBIX is actually close to the 100 mark as well, but it's not above 100, so it's good. What is Russell doing today? Very important to watch this. You guys get to hang out with me while I trade and see what goes on in my head while I make these decisions. Russell's pretty much one that moved bigger, huh? Okay. Russell actually popped a little higher than everything else did. Nasdaq actually moved the least amount. So I'm in the least cool of the three. All right. Is this the top of the market, or is this bad news is good news? What do we think? The way this looks, I hate the way this looks. This is just so annoying. The fact that the market is like a freaking triangle. You could literally draw this. You trendline traders would be so happy about this. Like how many textbook gurus are going to come out tomorrow and say like, see the trend lines, they totally work. Like, can we just like break above it and go? The weirdest looking hourly chart I've seen. Like hopefully Hopefully it like just kind of stays put. I don't know. Provide an example of like, can we get like some green, baby? Can we get to 24 today? Can we hit that 24 again? That'd be awesome. You did chemistry and calculus in the same semester in college or in high school? Either way, that's brutal. It's pretty brutal to do both. Imagine if you go to school for chemical engineering like I did, you're taking chemistry and calculus together every semester. You got to really love math. That's the case. I feel like I had a chemistry, and then some of your chemical engineering classes are literally chemistry meets calculus in the same class, like heat and mass transfer and stuff. Chemical reaction mechanics, the math of chemical reactions. Oh, in elementary school, LOL. Yeah, that's like a magnet school if there ever was one. Chemistry and calculus. What grade were you in? First grade. Can we get a bear whoosh fan? No. Not today. Signs are bullish. Can't bet on. I can't wish the market to the downside. Organic chemistry naming was fun. Oh yeah, the IUPAC naming system where you'd have to come up with like 1, 2, 2, 4, like methyl diethyl ether ester, that all those things. Yeah. 1, 2, 3 dihydrogen chicken wire. Y'all remember that? That was always my joke. If I didn't know something, I would just say chicken wire. That looks good. Diethyl methyl propyl butyldiene oxide hydrogide. Hydrogide. I'm just making up stuff right now. Yeah, 1, 2, 3 diethyl chicken wire. That was always my if I didn't know the answer, I just put something stupid like that. Your grandpa is a chemical engineer. If you thought that was crazy, I was also doing bio at the same time. And so I have like a little bit over half of a bio major done. Didn't finish it though. Chemical engineering degree and chemistry minor. I also had enough classes to minor in a couple other things, but you can only declare one. I didn't like chemistry that much, believe it or not. Being a chemical engineer, chemistry wasn't my favorite. But I used to, I had to go through it. I did okay at it. It just wasn't my favorite subject. I did like the labs, so the labs are pretty cool. And actually, I used to, whenever I was in college, I was working at Domino's Pizza to help pay my way through school as a manager at a pizza store. And all of my textbooks, a fun little trivia fact, I would have, so basically like the manager is the guy that's like on the phone, taking the orders, and then scooping the pizzas out of the oven and then cutting them and then boxing them and saying, order up. That was the manager's job. And so I would do all of that. And right here on the table, like on the prep table, when I'm making the pizzas, whatever, I had my textbook off to the side. So I'm like, every 10 or 15 seconds when I'm waiting for a pizza to come through, I'm studying my mechanisms and studying my organic. And then grab the pizza, cut it up, reciting everything. This was me in college. I had so much fun. It was a fun job. So all of my textbooks are like covered in pizza sauce. They have like red stains on the edges because they would get pizza sauce splatters all over them. Which is, I'll go find like my organic chemistry book and show you guys. It looks like it's got blood stains on it. People always ask, like, did I get bloody noses from studying and stuff? I'm like, no, that's just pizza sauce. 135 dicheddar Parmigiano crust oxide. That's my favorite reaction. So, did I ever cut my textbooks up instead? No, never. But a lot of times I would be cutting the pizza so fast that the sauce would fling up on the blade. And like blazing hot sauce would like hit me in the face and stuff. And I would get like scald marks all over the place from like sauce, like literally 440 degree sauce, like hitting you in the side of the face. Because I would be I'd be like, like in a rush. Have I done chemical experiment on anything new and got successful result? Yeah, so my research project as an undergrad who was going to go to grad school, I did undergraduate research experiment on, I worked for the reaction engineering professor. And so I'm part of the global team that designed the diesel engine catalytic converter in the early 2000s. Global team, we built that. Now every diesel truck has one. So my job was, my team's job was to create the catalyst recipe for the inside catalyst substrate. So we did the catalyst recipe and did all the experiments, like what the proper ratios and sizes of all the active sites and the distribution of them and stuff. So I actually have been part of something that changed the world, which is kind of cool. A very small part, like the teeniest, littlest part. I was like the research bitch for the grad student, but I did 3 years of research on this project, which is kind of nice. L for emissions, yeah. F those things. Get out of here, emissions. Goodbye. Don't forget, guys, form number 2 just dropped, so jump in and hit it. That's why now if you go to every convenience store, you can buy a jar of pee for your diesel truck. You know, call it a jar of pee, but you can get like a container of urea reducing agent. So I built an oxidation reduction reactor in a lab, and then we had a tiny little version of that type of reactor in experimental setup, where we would adsorb all the waste gas, and then we would pump in urea to reduce the NOx and SOx down to elemental compounds and spit them out the back end. And so we were working on that. So I was a reaction engineer. That was my specialty. It's like a subset of chemie, nerdy stuff. It was fun. You guys get in on that form. Don't forget. But you know what I did for a job, especially in research, was like stare at charts. It's kind of what I'm doing now. Kind of the same thing. That was it. But that was cool. It was a cool, like for me, what motivated me to do it was a limelight job. The professor was picking one student. I was his top student, or one of his top students. And his choice, he's like, I want you to work on this because I want you to, work for me and get your PhD for me. And I was like, how much does it pay? He's like, well, it's $10, but you're working for the government because it's a state school, so it's tax free. Really? $10 an hour, no taxes? What do I got to do? He's like, I just come in, run the experiments, keep a logbook, advise us on our meetings and such, and just come in at your leisure, but make sure you do X number of runs a day. I was like, but I got another job at the pizza place. He's like, oh yeah, no, just, you can come in before class, set up the experiment. It takes 5 minutes. The experiment takes 4 hours to run. Just leave, come back. You can do it at night. You can do it morning. Just make sure you get it done. And yeah, you can keep both your jobs. And I was like, cha-ching. I was like, okay, I'm making $7 an hour at the pizza place, $10 an hour at the school. Let's go. So I basically like hustled my way to have at least some kind of money. I know it doesn't sound like a lot now, but in 2000, $17 an hour plus tips seemed like a whole lot to me. So that was great to keep. The scholarships I got in college weren't enough to pay all of my tuition because I had 2 majors, and I got a lot of scholarships, but it definitely wasn't enough. Man, resilience is greater than 0. Let's go. Okay, so I'm going to hang on to this and see what happens. The market is trying to move. It does want to go up. We got the same signal a second time. I'll be damned if this does turn around and sell off. This is a good sign for my long trade. I hope it goes here. I hope it goes there. So we'll see. Sounds like they're talking downstairs. It looked like they might be done setting up my TV today. You got paid to sniff paint for a professor. It shows, Pat. This many years later, I don't doubt that. Oh, that's so funny. That's hilarious. That's why you're my best friend in chat. Do I own any trademarks or copyrights? No, I don't. Now, remember, this was somebody else's. This is a research project at the school, so it's not like we trademarked or copyright any of that stuff. I mean, like no, we don't own trademarks. We have copyrights for like our IP and our software and stuff, certainly. But like outside of this, no. Patents, no. We are going to patent one thing though with Rocket Place. So this was something we were talking about this year, to get a patent on one of our technologies that we've invented for our platform. Be good. So CPI tomorrow, yes, and Michigan numbers on Friday, yes. I am long into those things now. To my reason to be long now is to long into CPI, to long into Michigan, to long into the idea that bad news is good news and good news is also great news. So, but for whatever reason, dude, this I don't even know what to say, but this perfectly like symmetrical looking this is just too good to be true for technical traders out there. It just looks like so like trend line, right? I feel dirty even drawing that. Everybody, come on. Come on, Wall Street, you know you want to buy some stocks. At least S&P is looking better today. But what a weird, like, sort of weird day. This up, this down, this up. Should be okay, I would say. For S&P, this is now support again. It seems like that the index is sort of just not really moving a lot relative to what the stocks are doing. The stocks have been up, they've been down, they've been up, they've been down, they've been up. It's sort of like a seesaw effect here. You normally don't see the flip-flop 3 or 4 times throughout the day. So something at lunchtime has changed this. I think this is good. I think we're good. I'm going to be greedy on this one. All righty. Oops, my Tradeabate has froze up. Like it always does. All right, you guys, I got about 10 minutes left here. You know, sometimes I teach a lesson when there's not a lot going on, but sometimes I'm in a trade. So you guys get to hang out on that. Maybe something good comes out of this. All right, let's see. All right. Are we Daredevil? Or are we human? Or are we traders? Where did the trend line touch you? Has to be at least 3 times, or we won't believe you. Show me on the chart where the trend line touched you. It's okay. You're in a safe place. Yeah, trend line traders are like foaming at the mouth right now. Ooh, look, I told you, buy the course. And they actually could be right today. I was all excited to like grab it on a trade here. This is still looking good. So I don't know. Maybe we get the dip after all. Watch me close the trade out in the minute I do it rallies. Close it out flat. I was $500 is still within the. All right. Do I even care anymore? All right. I don't care anymore. Let me close out. Flatten that guy out. Boo. All right. Let me see if I can do anything else here. Prep for an entry at half gap fill. Okay. Should be all right. S&P looks okay. S&P looks all right here. Maybe I'll do S&P later if I get the gap fill. So here is long from here. That'd be the real one. It's tried to move, and while people are kind of rotating in and out of stuff, we're not getting some love from the big techs today, unfortunately. Kind of sucks. No, there's no news. It's just right now it's gonna hit the close probably in bounce. So I'm gonna attack it one more time down there at the bottom. That's kind of my new strategy here. Should be fine down here. That's what I want to do. I'll get one more time down here. Positive resilience, filling the gap. Let's go on that. That sounds great to me. Okay, I'm just measuring the distance of this move here. 940, 890, 50 points. Okay, good. So down here on a bounce, 904 is like equilibrium between those two. I'll grab the dip and go on it. Well, let me let it go all the way down. Very mechanical on this move. This is very odd. Let me double check that VIX isn't moving too fast. Yeah. That's not good. VIX moving up above 100. This is crazy, at least for today, too. I didn't expect this to be so crazy. Market's dipped and ripped and dipped and ripped and dipped and ripped. And now it's like looking top heavy here. Again, I'm going to be in the boat that it doesn't crash and sell off. That's just me, though. Oh, human. I like that song. It's going to be like waving all the way up and down. A boring day. Maybe you guys are right. I could have taken profit there. Commanders versus Packers tomorrow. Oh. Commanders. Neither one of them are my team. That's just my thought. Who's going to win? But I'm not rooting for either one of them. But Trader H8 says, thanks. Thank you all you guys. I needed the day like today. You're so depressed sometimes. It turns out you haven't touched anything other than MFFU today. Hey, dude. Well, we're here for you, man. That's what this crew is about. You know, we're like a family here. So you're always welcome to chat and hang out with us, hang out with me, chat with us. We're always here for you, man. So I'm glad to see things are going good. Hope you have the rest of your day's great. And go Cowboys. Yes, sir. Let's go. Yeah. We're glad you're here, bud. Commanders are going to get stomped. I'm kind of like, neither one of those are my team. I don't have too strong of an opinion either way. But yeah. What a weird training day. Again, whatever boat you guys are in, I feel by the end of the day, it's like maybe back up to here. Again, that's just me. If not today, then tomorrow. I just feel it for whatever reason. So I'll see if my feeling is right. Ooh, let's go to that gap. There we go. That's where I want to be. Let me let it tap. We'll tap and smash on this one. There's that flush. Flush a little bit more. Go down here in the bottom. Oh, a weird day today, right? A little bit more. Come on. A little bit more. Don't worry about this one right here. Come on. One more red candle. Give me one more red. Hold until the bell. I will if it does dip one more time. I'm talking like we get another red candle that goes like this. It's crazy here. Right about there. Let's fill the gap, and then once the gap fills, it'll be good. That's what I want to see. All right, S&P, and I'll take it one more time if it happens. S&P trying to do the same thing, huh? Or should I wait for S&P to fill the gap? Think about this. Shouldn't overshoot by too much if it's going to pivot there. That was a good judgment call to get in, get out, and pull back a little bit. 860. Let me see this really quick. Flush to those very quickly. Do this. All right. I think I got to get out of here in 2 minutes, though. But you guys are welcome to see how the trade all plays out. Come into my afternoon stream when I get out of here. I'll be live on my own channel. Hope you guys come tune in and hang out for that. And we'll see you guys tomorrow, of course. Thank you for being here. 49,500 subscribers. MyFunded TV, incredible. We're 500 away from 50K, so you guys don't forget to sub to the channel if you haven't yet. Appreciate you guys being here for the 2 awesome giveaways we've just had. As we do every day on the stream, tons and tons and tons of giveaways. I'll be doing some MyFundedFutures giveaways on my own channel as I do every afternoon, and we'll have some fun today. So you guys come on over, say hi. Thank you guys. Thank you, MyFunded TV. Don't forget to check out the evening stream with Steven. Really awesome guy, man. Good stuff. And that's going to be in the evenings. Big turnout over there, man. They do a great job in the evenings. So if you guys want to check out in the evenings, check out that show. And then we'll see you guys later. I posted my link in chat. I welcome you guys all to come to the afternoon stream. We can finish out the day. We just hang out, do some trades. We listen to some music, some good tunes, and then working this market green if I can do it. So we'll see y'all later. And I'm out, and we'll see y'all tomorrow. Hold on 1 second. Oh, wait, hold on. Yeah, I'm out.
Yeah. Charts scribbled like hieroglyphs, secrets in the mist. Candlesticks whisper, every wick got a twist. Fibonacci spiral, price dance in a trance. Pyramids of profits if you catch the right glance.
Inner circle move, shadows on the screen. Trading on the edge, chasing that dream. Cipher in the candles, fortune in the haze. The cipher in the riddle, money through the maze.
Liquidity hunts, snipers in the dark. Stop loss graves marked by the market shark. Order block sermons, preaching through the pain. Catch the ICT code, ride the profit train.